this is the same canopy, and you can transfer that camera over to this one to make it an HD setup if you want. Get some stickers, of course, at the bottom there. Get a bag with some spare props, prop removal tool, some spare nuts and screws, screwdriver, Allen wrench, and extra battery pads. So this little battery tray here on the bottom, you have to take off these nuts that are on the screw, and then just slide on the battery tray on here. It's a 3D printed parts. And then put the nuts back on. It takes like 5 minutes. The recommended battery is this 2S450 GMD high volt, and it does fit in here, although it's a very, very tight fit. There are other batteries that they said that could be used at 350, 450, 550, 650. Of course, those probably won't fit this tray exactly like this one does. It's a very tight fit, even with the 450. I didn't have a 350, so I did try a 300 2S. This one also fits in here, no problem. It's a bit looser, but it's not. It doesn't slide out. It's a little bit looser fit. Flight times are going to be quite a bit different. 4 minutes to 4.5 minutes if you're flying kind of slower. Maybe even 5 minutes if you're really just cruising around on the 450. The 300 is not going to give you that much if you're pretty aggressive, which I think you're going to want to be because it's going to have a better power to weight ratio with this lighter setup here. Looking at a minute and a half, 2 minutes, maybe 2.5 minutes of flight time on the 300, depending on how aggressively you're flying. And so we have a 2-inch micro. We have 1103 motors in this one here. These EX 1103, 11,000 kV motors. Got the gem fan, tri-bladed 2-inch props. The board on here is their X12 board, and this one is the Express LRS version. You can see the little ceramic antenna on board there. 12 amp BSCs. It has a built-in Express LRS receiver. It's got the Vietflight 4.3 something firmware with the version 2 Express LRS on here. So if you want the version 3, you'll have to go to the website and get the updated Betaflight firmware to get this to Express LRS version 3. But that's a DIY project. You have to do that on your own. And it does come with an onboard OpenVTX 400 milliwatt video transmitter. Of course, this is analog, so you got a single board for all that. For your camera, you get your Caddx Ant analog camera and this canopy, and then your VTX antenna comes out the top here. The bottom plate frame that holds everything is about 2 millimeters thick, and then of course the motors that are being held on with 3 screws here, although there is also a 4-screw mount if you have a different motor on, if you want to try a different motor out. And of course you have the plugs for the motors, pretty typical half mile, along with a micro USB port here pointing out the bottom. Alright, so this is how much the drone weighs. It's a little over 40 grams, 40.6 grams on my scale, and then with the recommended battery, the 2S450, the total weight's at 68.4. If you go with a lighter 300, the weight comes in at 60.1. So if I didn't mention it before, this is called the Baseline, and this is just a design inspired by Nathan Loops. I think he's one of the Happy Model team pilots, and I guess this is one of his favorite models that he's been flying around for some time, so they decided to make a bind and fly model out of it. I think they did go with a bigger motor setup, obviously for heavier setup, 1103 motors. And if you compare this to like the Flywoo BB Nano 20, which is very similar to this one, that one comes with 1002 motor, so it's a much smaller motor on a bi-blade 2-inch prop. So it doesn't have as much acro performance as this one, but that one weighs a little bit less. So if you're looking for more acro performance and a 2-inch setup here, this is probably the best one with the biggest motor, obviously. You know, if you're looking for power and acro performance, you obviously the bigger motor, the bigger battery, the better. So, you know, the question is, how does this 2-inch 2S toothpick compare to your normal, like, traditional toothpick, the 3-inch 3S toothpick? So that usually is like a 1303, 1303.5 motor on 5,000 kV on a 3S battery. And of course, the 3-inch is going to beat this 2-inch pretty much every day, twice on Sunday. So, you know, I'm not going to get that question, how does the 2-inch compare to 3-inch? 3-inch, it's just going to be better. It's got a bigger prop, more power, 3S battery. it's just going to be better than a 2-inch and 2S setup. And conversely, the 2-inch 2S setup is going to still beat out a 2-inch 1S setup or a 2-inch 2S setup with a smaller motor. So, if you're comparing this one to the Flywoo, this one's better than the Flywoo, and then the Flywoo is better than the one from Sub 250, the one I just reviewed recently, the NanoFly 20. Of course, at the same time, we each sort of, downgrade, smaller motor, smaller battery, less battery, the overall weight is going to be less, the noise is going to be less, of course. So it kind of really depends on what you're looking for and what your priorities are. So if you're looking for, ultimate power and performance, obviously you want to go as big as possible and just get a 5-inch, 5-inch on 6S. That's going to give you the best performance out of anything you want to be flying FPV. But of course, in a micro, this is a pretty good package. If you want to go take the next step up, you can move up to a 2.5-inch too thick or a 3-inch too thick. Those have already come out. There's plenty of videos of those on my channel already. But yeah, this kind of fills in a little bit of a gap there, and that sort of between the 3-inch toothpick and like the 2-inch, toothpicks are like not as much power. This one kind of fills in that little gap where you're kind of looking for a little bit more performance. This one fills that gap in pretty nicely. Now this version is Express LRS. It does come in a SPI FreeSky version and a FlySky version on the flight controller. Of course, it's a built-in receiver. Only comes in analog right now. Probably would be too hard to convert this to Walksnail or HD0. You just have to add the video transmitter board, and this will mount here. You'll probably need a longer screw to mount the extra board, and then you need a spacer, the rubber grommets to mount those. But it probably isn't going to be too hard. You just have to find the screws, the longer screws, to do that. So of course it comes with a pretty decent pit tune out of the box. I think Happymile has kind of gone the other direction where they're really pushing sort of the limits of their pit tune. So I think on mine the flight controller is kind of screwed down a little bit too tight, so I get there's a fair amount of prop wash oscillation, especially on hard turns on my particular setup. I think it's just because the flight controller might be screwed a little bit tighter than probably the one that they actually tune. So they obviously build one, they tune it, and then probably that one had their flight controller a little bit less screwed down. And so mine being a little bit more screwed on probably has a little bit more vibrations because of that. It's not terrible. It's just something I noticed. Obviously I could probably tinker with the tune or tinker with the tightness of the screws on the flight controller. Those are things that I could probably play with, but of course I never do that because I just bind it up and fly it like I always do on all my reviews. I did notice that when you go to a smaller, lighter battery, the vibrations do get a little bit worse, especially when you're doing the hard maneuvers. I think it's because the tune is for the slightly heavier battery, and obviously at this weight level here, 5-10 grams of weight difference is going to make a difference in the pit tune. So just something to be aware of. If you are going to be using different batteries, or maybe even a bigger, heavier battery, the way it's going to perform is going to feel different and look different compared to what you're going to see with the 2S 450. I didn't fly too much on the 2S 300 because it didn't really fly that great, and this is not one of the recommended batteries, but I don't have a 350. It's just that I did notice that the performance is a lot better because it's lighter on the smaller battery, but at the expense of flight time. You just don't get the flight time because the battery is a lot smaller. Anyway, last thing to note here is on the motor protection, pretty good. A lot of carbon there to protect that motor. So if you're going to be doing a lot of acro tricks, which I think you will want to do with this one, and you crash, this one will probably be okay, I think, for the most part. Other than that, not much more to say with this one. I like the performance of this one, for this size. I am curious to see if they would make a digital version, like a Walksnail version down the road. Obviously, it's going to add 10 more grams, probably. And how does this fly with an extra 10 more grams? We'll have to see if they make a version. If they do, I'll bring out that video. But that's going to do it for this video. Talk to you guys in the next one.
Hello everyone, today we're taking a look at the TKS Starlord, which is a frame. This is built up as a 2S, and this was requested. Frame's cut by jax3dprinting.com, and the frame is designed by Kevin Langlois. As we're sitting here on the table, note the wind on the trees. It's blowing around quite a bit. Unfortunately, I forgot to holler out the date and time, so I don't have a wind measurement. Just a visual guess, I'd have to say somewhere around 12 to 14 miles an hour. But of course, down lower, again, said this many times, I feel like a broken record, but I never know who's watching, so I try to repeat these things for their purposes. We're very protected inside a neighborhood. Fence line, trees are knocking a lot of that wind down. So this quad isn't always getting the full brunt force of that wind. But this is what I would consider my heavy build. If you're not familiar with the TKS frames, we've been through a few of them here on the channel. And this was a fresh flight. I actually went through my older flights with this one because I thought I'd just pull one out. But unfortunately, the flights that were actually full flights, no crashes, I did not have my camera that I use to record the audio that you hear, so you get a sample of how the quad sounds. This flight's going to be about 3 minutes and 30 seconds, which is a little bit less than what I got on my TKS 78mm rocket race that comes in at about 33 grams. This, of course, has got a different camera in it. We'll cover all the parts, and I'll have a build list down in the video description. And I think what I'll do with the build list is I'll group it by vendor. But you may find that, if you're looking for, say, Get FPV, that you may find that that vendor doesn't have all the parts. So you might just have to scatter about the parts that you need. Of course, the parts that you need, props, motors, of course, the frame from jax3dprinting.com. You need a canopy, or you can get one from jax3dprinting.com. You need a camera. In the case of this one, I'm using the Caddx Baby Ratel 2. Let's see, and we need the main board, which in this case is the F4 Pro. That does have a receiver, but it does not have a VTX. And for the VTX, I believe I am using the Eachine Nano V2. So the parts, especially from our US vendors, you might not find all those parts available from a store. But I'll build the list, and then as you're going through, you can use kind of my verbal walkthrough of the parts that you need, and build your own list. If you still haven't, come accustomed to the builds on these yet, I apologize to anybody who does follow the channel and you've seen a bunch of these TKS videos. This may not be something that you're thrilled with, but it was requested after doing the Starlord 1S build. And I could put the Starlord 1S build down in the video description if you happen to miss that and you're more interested in the 1S version. And this does fly slightly different than my original race rocket, the 78mm. I think it has some advantages in that the props are less, are overlapping the flight controller less. And I think that's why we're still getting pretty good flight time out of this, even with punch outs over the house and stuff like that. That, we just have more thrust that's going down. Although I would say that because my builds are different, one's lower weight and a different camera that has a wider field of view, the view that you have through the goggles as well as the flight field is different. I prefer the smaller 78mm rocket race, but I think it would be probably more widely that you would want this Starlord. You've got motor protection on this where you don't with TKS, and you don't have that overlapping prop quite as heavy. So that's the advantage, but I still have my preference for that rocket race. And you see we've ended the flight, 3 minutes and 34 seconds. Just a touch low on the battery. There, got it. Came back to 3.5 volts per cell, which is where I want to land when I'm disarmed. I think the first thing I should do is just kind of run through all my builds on the different TKS frames and you just weights on them. Just for clarity, this is the TKS Starlord, the flight we just watched, and the way I have it built, it comes in at just under 40.5 grams. This one is the TKS Starlord as well, but this is the 1S build version with the Beta FPV 1102 18,000 kV motors, and it weighs just over 33.5 grams. My preferred build, which is the TKS Rocket Race, the 78mm edition, that's built for 2S, and that comes in at just under 35 grams. And this is the heavy edition of the Rocket Race, again 78mm, and it comes in just a touch over 39.5 grams. So I wanted to give you this sort of view right off the bat, because I talked about it during the flight, that the props overlap more on the 78mm edition. Not too bad, but it's obvious that on the Starlord edition, which is 90mm, that the props don't really overlap. And you could also, I believe, run 2.5-inch props on this if you wanted to. Of course, I've tried that in other builds, but I had a ticking noise on something. I don't know exactly where it was ticking, but so you may have to raise and lower or do something different with your canopy to get that extra bit of clearance. Again, I used the 1102, in this case the 9,000 kV motor, so a little less top end pop, which does give us a little bit more efficiency as well. This one does have my original rubber bands, but I've mentioned that on the channel before, that I found these 40 millimeter rubber bands from AliExpress at the Stork Fly. These I think are optimal, and they're cheap because I got like 100 for $7. Of course, you can get like 50 for 5, or I think you can get 20 for like 4, or something like that. So it's also been mentioned that you could take a inner tube from a bicycle tire and cut it up, and that might work out for you. I haven't tried that myself, but I think other people have. I'm not certain if it works for the dimensions of this frame. But this is my build. It's got, as I mentioned, the Baby Red-Tail 2, which is a nice camera, and it's only $25. And then I've got some more extra weight here with how I secured my antenna up out of the air with zip tie and some heat shrink. Then I've got my F4 Pro board down here. That is the one with the receiver, and you can see my antenna just over here on this side, and then buried underneath the camera area. Hopefully you can see that. Right down underneath the camera is my Ishi Nano VTX. Those run, I think they're like $13 or $14. The nice thing about those is that they have the power output up to 400 milliwatts. So if you like to get, especially if you fly at range, you'll get a better signal in the goggles, so you'll have less breakup. And then I've used my Emax tape to secure my motor wires down. I have seen some people doing builds where they're taking the rubber bands and going across the arms. I've seen it for both of these builds, and I don't want to sound egotistical here, but I would encourage you to give running your rubber bands this way and getting some smaller rubber bands, because I noticed early on, back before I did the rocket race video, that, and Kevin told me this, that there is a difference when you start to run your rubber bands over here. You do that square pattern to secure your battery. You can feel that. Now, you might not, depending upon how you fly or where you're at in your flight journey, but I definitely did. And so that's one of the reasons why on all my builds you just see the batteries going front to back. Of course, you can go side to side as well. I just like to toilet tape my batteries, so my battery sits sideways under here. I find that, especially taking off from the table or a really flat surface, that keeps the quad from tipping over. There's something about having your quad leaning as you sit down to take off, and just not as positive as if it's just sitting flat and leaning forward a little bit. And the props don't tend to hit whatever flat surface I'm on. So, and I like how that feels in flight too. I like to toilet tape my batteries. Like even on top mount, if I can toilet tape the battery on top mount, I like that a little bit more than traditional. I didn't need this extra long screw on the back, but because it's kind of a pain to remove that screw and put everything back together, I left it. Originally, I had planned to just loop my rubber band over the top. I think that back screw is a little bit much. I think when this rubber band does break, I'll reroute the rubber band into this gap up front, and then I probably won't even take this screw out then, because the rubber band will have broken, and that's a nice proud screw, and I can just throw the rubber band over the top of this screw. These canopies, I have noticed that these canopies come in kind of two different flavors, and I still don't have it straight. Unfortunately, I ordered two different canopies. I ordered the Crux 3 as well as I think it's the Uzi 80 canopy, and let me grab that here real quick. Yeah, if you look at the Uzi 80 canopy, I don't know how well this is going to come through. The Uzi 80 canopy is a little bit wider in your screw. Let me move that and use my finger here. But where you put the screws in, it's a little bit wider. See how it's indented a little bit less back here versus this canopy, which I believe is the Crux 3 canopy. It's actually cut natively or brought in natively for these micro or nano-sized cameras, so you don't need a spacer or a gap filler. And when you're looking at a hyper micro like this, that's a touch of weight, maybe at most a half gram that you're saving by getting a canopy that's got that little cut in there. So I just thought I would take a moment to show you. And if you look closely at the plastics, they do look like different kinds of plastics. I haven't had an issue with either as far as their durability goes. I have noticed on some of these canopies that sometimes you can just thread the screw through them. Other times you have to have a nut on top. I've got another build. Oh, here it is over here. Yeah, on this one, this is another rocket race. I had to put a screw on top of that canopy, and because the canopy holes weren't tight enough to just thread it through, versus on this one, the screw, is tight enough to where you can just thread it through the hole and it has a good grasp of the canopy and it doesn't move around or anything. So that's something you should prepare for, is that there's a variable in the canopies. And you probably don't want to get the Crux, or not the Crux, excuse me, the Uzi 80 canopy, because it has that wider stance, and therefore you need to have the spacer around your camera to get it secured in there. I did try higher kV motors on the Rocket Race, and that's a no-go, at least on these boards. This was pushing 16 to 17 amps at about 50% throttle, you can hear. So regardless of TKS build you're doing, if you're using a 5 amp ESC board, you're going to have to put a throttle curve or something like that using these motors. I don't think it's worth it to use these motors or a higher kV motor, say, something in this nature is going to start pulling, more amps through your ESCs, and at 50% throttle for 16 or 17 amps, not saying that it would double that once you get to 100%, but it is going to have an impact. You're not going to be able to go to 100% throttle without blowing an ESC. So I would encourage you to stick with the 10,000 kV motors, or if you even wanted more flight time, 9,000 kV motors like I have here. Of course, if I built this one lighter, much like I did this, the canopies on these are within 1/10 of a gram, but the difference in weight is from the camera, the VTX, and the VTX antenna and its mounting. That's where most of the weight comes from. These frames they're very, very comparable. They're within a gram of one another, I believe. Again, I'll have a build list. You have to start out with your frame from Jax 3D Printing. Of course, that's cut here in the United States, in California, and that can be somewhat of a shipping challenge or shipping cost. I know Jack is doing the best he can with the prices of everything and keeping things reasonable and accessible to everyone. And if you're international, that shipping cost may... I can understand you buy a $12 or $15 frame and you're spending the same amount for shipping. That's hard to swallow. Unfortunately, at this time, there just isn't any alternative. There may be down the road, but I can't speak to that at this time. If you have any comments, questions, suggestions, otherwise, please let me know in the comment section below. I appreciate your time, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone, today we're taking a look at the iFlight Baby Nazgul. Just a little guy, that little tiny guy. You probably saw the thumbnail, and you can tell, it fits in the palm of my hand. So this is the second Bind and Fly 1S snow prop guards that I can think of. The other one being the Uzi 80, or UZ 80. But this one's top-mounted battery, and that's a first. So is that a big deal to anyone?
But mainly, it's a 2-inch whip here. You're going to want to fly this on 2S for the best performance. And it's the 1103, 11,000 kV, 2-inch tri-bladed jam fan props. And this motor has a 3-hole pattern mount here with the smaller screws. I think these are M1.8s. The flight controller, again with the USB-C coming out of the bottom. So this is the X12, which has the built-in Open VTX 400 milliwatt video transmitter, analog of course. This is the analog system. So I think with the X12, I had a little confusion on the previous videos on the various versions of the X12. There's the X12, which has the video transmitters for the analog versions. That one has all of those. I think I'll have SPI receivers. So this one here is an Express LRS SPI receiver, and then there's a FreeSky and a FlySky version, also with SPI receivers. That's because I guess that receiver is smaller, doesn't take as many chips. and you put a OpenVTX video transmitter on the same board. And then there's the X12 Lite for the digital versions of their whoops, Walksnail and HT0. Of course, you don't need the onboard video transmitter, and I believe those are the ones that come with the serial receivers, so they use like the serial Express LRS and FreeSky and FlySky. So for this one here, for the analog, it comes in 3 receiver versions that are all SPI. This one comes with Betaflight 431, so it's Express LRS version 2 on this one here. So if you want version 3, you're going to have to upgrade this to Betaflight 4.4. If you're wondering how to do that, you'll have to contact Happy Model. They'll probably have some sort of a tutorial on their product page on how to do that. But currently, it's only supported on 431. So since everything is on that one board, you have your flight controller, your receiver, your video transmitter. See, there's the antenna for the Express LRS receiver. Everything's on a single board, flight controller, and all your ESCs, and you get your USB connector there on the bottom. And then the camera is a Caddx Ant camera. It does have a little plug for changing your camera settings, and you do get that little joystick board for that, as well as a spare canopy, and get some spare props and some spare screws and screwdriver and some stickers. And then this canopy here comes with this extra 3D printed part here, and I think that's just to give the camera a little bit extra protection. So you can see there, in case of a crash, instead of modifying the canopy, they just added this little 3D part for protecting the camera. There's no spare of this one, at least not in my box. Because it has a plastic tray here, it only fits certain batteries, and I use these GMD 2S 450 and 520, and they're roughly the same size. And you do have to, basically it's held in by these this part here, and then against the frame over here, and the duct. So you have to kind of stick it in, kind of like this, and you see it comes in at an angle. You have to sort of push that down and then slide it through. It's a pretty snug fit. I didn't have a battery ejection. You can see the battery is held in place by this piece of plastic, and then this over here on the duct. I think if you use a battery that's a little bit too big and it's pressing up on the prop guard over here, and it deforms the shape of the prop guard. I've heard some of the testers had some issues with that where they had flyaways, and it's because there's too much tension on the frame, and it's putting pressure on the flight controller, so that a lot of vibrations are getting into the flight controller. In which case, when you do any kind of throttling up, you get a lot of vibrations, and then if it's really bad, you get a flyaway. Now, for these batteries that I use, I did not have any of those kind of problems, no vibrations or oscillations. The tune on here was good. Very solid tune overall. I mainly flew it on the 2S450. That's the one I recommend. I'll show you the weights here in a second. The 520 is a little bit heavier. It's basically the same dimensions for the tray this way. It's just a little bit longer. So you get a little bit more capacity, and that gives you, so flying fairly aggressively, as you see here in the flight footage, roughly 3.5 minutes on the 450, and then you're going to get roughly 4 minutes on the 520. But I don't think it's a little bit extra. It does cut into the performance a little bit, so I would stick with the 450. I think 3.5 minutes is plenty for flying fairly aggressively. Okay, so here's how much it weighs. Just the whoop myself, no battery. It's 42.9 grams, so yeah, for a 2-inch setup, it's a very nice weight. And then with the 2S450, we're coming in at 71.1 grams. And if you fly with the 2S520, we're coming in at 72.6 grams. And this board does support 1S as well. I used a 1S 600 milliamp hour GMD with an XT60 connector, and basically it looks like the 450s, except just one cell instead of two. And so I put a piece of foam in here to hold the battery in place. It does fly, but it's pretty slow. It's a lot quieter. So mainly if you want to use this for some indoor flight, maybe some larger indoor flying areas, could do that. It's just not, you're not going to be able to do the acro tricks. On the 2S setup, on the 450, you're seeing the flight footage here, power loops, flips and flops, and split S's, all that good stuff. Definitely can do that, acro tricks and all that good stuff with the Mobula 8. And yeah, basically, as I've been saying, 2S is just superior to 1S. I think everyone kind of knows that already. If you don't, reiterate that again. If you're looking for acro freestyle performance on these smaller micros, you gotta go with 2S. You can do a little bit of that stuff on 1S. It's just a lot harder to do. You just need a lot of skill to, and especially on the throttle, on the upper ends of the throttle, to be able to manage the flight performance at 1S versus 2S, which is much easier to do on these type of whoops. And of course, this being 2 inches and a much bigger 1103 motor, all that stuff helps. So if you're looking for a freestyle acro whoop, something like this is definitely going to be something you're going to want to check out. Put links down in the video description if you want to check out this one, as well as the batteries. That'll do it for this one. Talk to you guys in the next video. Alright, so I have finally made my video on the Happy Model Mobula 8 03 edition. And in fact, this is the 03 Lite edition. And it's noted here on the box, it says 03 Lite. And that's because it does not come with the 03 air unit pre-installed. There is a version that comes with the 03 air unit pre-installed that of course costs quite a bit more. But if you have your own 03 air unit, or you want to just install it yourself, they have
be a drug, an antidepressant, and I had a really bad reaction to it.
What happened?
It really brought on those internal voices. Like, I remember driving in the car, thinking everyone on the road was targeting me.
So,
I went off my meds.
but this sense that people were out to get him just kept getting worse.
I just remember everyone giving me a hard time.
How did they give you a hard time?
They would, like, give me dirty looks. They would pull schemes on me and mock me at times, maybe even. I remember my mom saying once, people aren't out to get you, and if you take your meds, then you'll realize that.
Huh. So, like, how sure are you that you were actually being mocked and actually being given dirty looks? And how much do you think that could have been something inside you seeing it that way?
It could have been something inside me, somewhat, but it's hard for me to believe that it was all me making it up.
So he keeps just trying to muddle through, and at a certain point, John does something seemingly trivial. It's a nice warm day out, shorts and t-shirt kind of weather, and he puts on a winter hat.
I got for Christmas one year.
What color?
It was gray. It's a comfort.
And before he heads out the door, he rifles through his stuff and decides to also put on
A hooded sweatshirt, hood up.
And then he grabs a third layer,
It was a jacket,
and a fourth,
sweatpants.
until eventually he's all bundled up from head to toe. And he started going out in the muggy heat of a Connecticut summer wearing this little getup all the time. And people would say things like,
What are you preparing for a wrestling match? Like trying to lose weight for a wrestling
right,
match?
like training in trash bags kind of thing.
Yeah.
And John is the first person to say, like, as he was putting on all these layers, he was falling into this trope. Like, if you saw someone walking around in a ton of layers in the heat of summer, you're probably going to think something's up. Maybe keep a wide berth. Mm-hmm. I mean, when people see you wearing layers, what do you think they think about you?
I think they're fearful. They fear me.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
And the thing is, while most people might step away when they see someone wearing layers, there were a few people all over the globe who decided to look closer.
Am I audible?
There you are. Sorry about that. This is Dr. Tathagata Mahintamani, a psychiatrist in India,
Currently, I am in northwestern part of India.
who back when he was starting out as a psychiatrist in Ranchi, started noticing that in the middle of summer, every now and then people with schizophrenia would walk into the hospital wearing tons of layers.
Ladies who are wearing multiple layers of saris and male patients who are wearing multiple layers of shirts.
And over in Melbourne, Australia,
I was doing my first psychiatry rotation.
Dr. Terence Chong was treating a patient with schizophrenia.
I noticed at the time he was taking off layers and layers and layers of clothing, and this was in the heat of summer.
There was a doctor in Memphis, Tennessee, who noticed the same thing. Wow. Yeah, and eventually it even got a fancy medical name.
Redundant clothing.
So the idea there is just it's redundant. You don't need it. It's multiple. It's redundant clothing.
Yes.
So a bunch of doctors were seeing this, but nobody really knew why. And some of the explanations were like, look, people with schizophrenia, some of them end up not having homes. They're living on the street. You have to keep your belongings on your back. So like you wear them all.
Another thing might be abolition.
A lack of motivation. So basically the person maybe forgot to take the last layer off.
Yes, yes. Or
Another explanation is just this generalized erratic, I'm confused, so I have on all these clothes. I mean, there were all kinds of different explanations. Can you just describe why you crave the layers?
I think it's a way of shielding myself from the world. Like, I feel the world is harsh. It's hard. It's hard for me to completely put a finger on it because I was just doing what felt natural.
And Dr. Mahintamani, after seeing enough people walk through his door wearing layers in the heat, seemingly comfortable, wanted to figure out if something else was going on. So he got a group of people with schizophrenia, some of whom wore layers and some of whom didn't, and he just ran all these tests. He did like cognitive tests and psych tests and physiological tests, and basically, long story short, what he found was that the people in layers had something different going on with their blood. First of all, their blood pressure was dropping way lower on certain tests. And when he analyzed blood samples, he found that their T3 and T4 levels were lower. And what does that really mean? Like, what does that mean?
so PT3 and PT4s are very reliable markers of temperature regulation.
Temperature regulation.
Yes. With cold intolerance.
Like you just get cold quicker?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. You feel cold quicker.
Wait, so they may have layers on because they are actually physically colder.
I asked him almost exactly that. Is your idea that they are actually wearing the layers to feel warmer?
It is our findings that no. And our ideas are based on our findings.
He says the evidence suggests that like they are wearing layers for the same reason you or I wear layers when we go out into the winter. Like their body is telling them they feel colder. Now, back in Connecticut, John didn't know any of this. He just knew that the more he tried to stay warm by bundling, the more it pushed people away.
It was a really difficult time for me.
And things finally got so bad that he goes back to the doctor, and this time is in fact diagnosed with,
Paranoid schizophrenia.
and he's prescribed a different medication.
I immediately noticed less up and down, less craziness. I noticed myself getting better by the day.
And the world seemed to be getting a little better too, a little gentler.
And I felt people liked me.
And he started loosening up, literally, taking off his hat,
Yeah.
his jacket,
Well,
or one of them.
it was winter and I would wear like a tank top under a winter jacket, and that was it.
And he started to embrace his diagnosis.
I read about how people with schizophrenic disorders oftentimes think divergently and a link to creativity.
And he would tell people about it. Like one time he went to go buy cigarettes, and the guy behind the counter thought he looked a little young.
And I said something like, schizophrenic people tend to look young, which I don't know if it's even true, but I was very proud. I wasn't very proud, but I was like, I had some pride.
Call is indicating she thinks that someone's shooting in his over.
And then one day, about 30 miles away from where he lives,
Shooting at an elementary school in Newtown, Connecticut.
a young man walked into Sandy Hook Elementary School, and we all know what happened. And the day it happened, one of John's online friends sent him an instant message saying,
Like, when they first heard about the news that there was a shooting in Connecticut, they thought of me.
for an instant, they worried the shooter had been John.
It was really hurtful. It was like I would never do anything like that. I definitely stopped having that pride towards my diagnosis.
He stopped taking his medication.
I felt a lot more gloom and doom, and I started to slip real quickly.
Into this chilly spiral where, without his meds, the world started to seem colder, which Dr. Mahim Tamani explained can be this unfortunate part of the disease that the longer you go it alone, it can have what's called a neurotoxic effect.
Neurotoxic effect on the brain. Loss of brain function, and also there is structural brain damage also there. As the time progresses, the patients with schizophrenia often, drifts.
So as John was drifting, the world started seeming even colder.
Thinking everyone was targeting me.
So he'd layer up, which itself would make the world oftentimes be colder.
There was a woman walking, and she just gave me the dirtiest look I've ever seen in my life. And I said to her, "What is it, the winter clothes that I'm wearing that makes you dislike me?" And she immediately called the police.
And then it's like one more layer.
Another layer.
At the end of our study, we also thought that this might be a window. This kind of redundant clothing might be a window through which we can peep towards something really broken down.
Dr. Mahim Tamani found that the thing that the people who were wearing layers all had in common was that compared to the controls, they were the ones who had been going it alone, without treatment, for longer. That's really wild that you could just look out and like see that from the outside.
Yeah.
Which made me start to wonder, is it almost like humans have within them like this visual signal for like, I'm really lost. I might not even know how to ask for help, but here is a signal.
That's pretty.
I mean, I put the idea to Dr. Mahim Tamani, and he was like,
I am not in a position to answer this, but this is a wonderful and intriguing question.
yeah. But I also put it to John. Is there anything to that, or am I like overly projecting an idea?
No, I think you could be onto something. I think there could be like a cry for help through layers.
And he told me a story about one time when someone seemed to read it that way.
Well, there was one time I was at the beach and I was having a tough day. I was wearing a sweatshirt, a beanie, sweatpants, sandals, and I went and ordered a grilled cheese and french fries from this stand at the beach, and I talked to this old woman. She was probably in her late 70s, white hair, think she was wearing a t-shirt and short jean jorts.
Jorts, the little lady jorts.
Yeah. I said, hey, how are you? I was probably not talking that clearly and making much sense either. And she asked me if I would sit down and have lunch with her. I took a bite or two from my grilled cheese sandwich. I almost felt I didn't deserve that food. And I said to her, I think I'm gonna feed the rest of the birds. And she said to me, don't feed the birds, just eat your food. And then I ultimately fed the birds. She went, oh, like feeling empathy towards me.
Yeah. Did you feel a little bit better after that?
Yeah, I did feel better.
He eventually felt so relaxed. He slipped off his sandals and he put his feet on the sand and he just walked home barefoot.
Yeah.
Okay, so turning the page. Chapter 3. Picture two people playing a game sort of like catch.
The Cyberball experiment.
Okay, so Hans, our researcher from earlier, told me about this study he did where he had people playing this game called Cyberball. And the way it works is that you enter the game and two other computer players invite you to start tossing a ball around with them. Foop, 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 foop.
Okay.
And then at a certain point, they just suddenly start rejecting you.
You're not part of this ball game anymore.
They just suddenly start excluding you and won't pass you the ball. And in
That's terrible.
yeah, and so like in that, people rate the room temperature as colder. But then what he did was he snuck onto their fingers a little digital thermometer,
With Velcro on it was just a bunch of sensors with a wire sticking out of it.
and he found that their peripheral skin temperature, dropped in that
What?
condition
No
when they were
way.
excluded. Yeah, and so it's like you
That's
perceive it as
super
colder,
cool.
and your skin actually gets a little colder.
Huh, wow.
I mean, to see it reflected on the skin felt like such a leap from emotion or feeling or thought to physical reality. What was it like for you to find that result?
I think in the beginning it was stunning to find it. I mean, I think that's also why we repeated the experiment. But it also opened up the door for kind of trying to figure out what else was there.
What else was there? After the break. This is Lulu, Radiolab, back here with senior correspondent Molly Webster.
Should we go back to the book?
Yeah. Nice. Chapter 4 here, right?
Chapter 4. Picture's pretty groovy. It's like a thermometer, and it's broken, and mercury is spilling out of it like blood.
Ooh.
And I want to take chapter 4.
Hell yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you for letting us in. Because I've been thinking about this a lot lately. Like for all of us right now, our core body temperature, that basic temperature that our body is working at, has become a literal passport back into society.
It's kind of a rainy day, so it might be a little bit light.
So I went to a bar in Brooklyn, where like any other bar in the city right now, there are people at the front of the bar with the gun.
Temperature gun.
The temperature gun, zapping everybody who shows up,
I've got it under control.
deciding if people can come in and out of the door.
Oh, like the new bouncer of temperature.
Exactly.
We got a 96.1.
And this is happening
Before I go to work every morning,
basically everywhere.
I have to take my temperature and text it to the school nurse. So here we go.
We actually put a call out to our listeners, had people send us little recordings
To get my temperature tested last tutor.
as they headed to work
Arriving at Mask Sound in East Rutherford, New Jersey.
or to the grocery store,
At my supermarket, I'm about to go take the temperature.
dropping their kids off at school.
Here, Joey, let's take your temperature so you can go into school.
Stop if if your temp reads above 99.4.
This is how we decide now whether or not it's okay to be around other people.
Normal temperature. You are free to pass.
Thank you.
Good to go.
See you, buddy.
Now, we did not get anybody who is in the sort of uh-oh range, but what you do hear in the tape
97.5.
and what I saw in the bar
95.5.
6.
96.3.
is a pretty surprising range of numbers.
97.5.
7.2 degrees.
96.4? 98.5.
95 too, that's not
94.6. A little chilly, but low is better than high.
I mean, there were temperatures from maybe 92 all the way up to 98. That's 6 whole degrees.
Okay, so what are these guns? They don't work.
Yeah.
What is that? I mean,
Look, there was just a study out that says the temperature guns read like 2 to 3 degrees cooler than you actually are,
Dude,
which
okay.
is troubling in its own right. But the thing that really hit me is that the spread of supposedly healthy people sort of flies in the face of that bedrock of human health, that golden number, 98.6.
yes, the golden number of like what a human body should be.
Except it's kind of a con.
A con?
Sort of. Let me just explain first where it comes from.
Okay.
So the story of 98.6 starts in the 1800s, as all good science stories do.
Yep.
So in the late 19th century, you get the introduction of thermometers into medical practice.
So for this section, I'm going to get a little help from Deanna Day.
I'm a writer and historian.
Great. Great.
I have this moment because I am doing like 50,000 things.
She is the master of many things. But anyway, Deanna told me there's a couple of things to know about the 1800s for the purposes of our story. One is that fevers back then weren't seen as some sort of like signal or sign of a disease.
The fever was just the disease.
They thought fevers were the actual illness.
The thing you had that was causing all of your symptoms.
Like you catch a heat and then it like gives you
Yeah.
all this bad vomiting, tiredness.
Yeah. But then along came a guy named Karl Wunderlich.
Cool name.
So Wunderlich was a physician in Germany.
He was the chair of medicine at the University of Leipzig, and he was one of the first doctors to use thermometers in his clinic. At the time, they were like 2 feet long and took 20 minutes to take a temperature. And in the 1850s, when Wunderlich was doing his thing, it was like an era when big data was becoming king, which is funny because you wouldn't actually think about that because there were no computers.
Or lots of pencils.
Yeah, lots of pencils, lots of paper. And so his thing that he was like, okay, the data that I'm going to collect is I want to understand how temperature of a human body changes throughout the progression of an illness. And so
At his hospital, they took temperature readings repeatedly over and over from about 25,000 patients.
25,000 patients, 1.5 million temperature recordings.
Did he have a fleet of temperature collectors?
No, it was basically him and whoever worked in his clinic. He just had a really busy clinic in Germany.
Wow, that's like, that feels, but I guess over like decades, right?
Yeah, like 20 years. So Wunderlich collects all this data and
Did the 19th century version of crunching the numbers and created all of these charts.
fever charts.
He found different diseases had different fever progression in patients.
He would have like a patient that had syphilis, say,
Mm-hmm.
and he could map their temperature change throughout syphilis, and he would get like a really pretty pattern on an XY graph.
Some diseases would have a fever that would spike and drop and spike and drop. And other diseases had a fever course that would kind of like ramp up gradually or ramp down slowly.
Really?
Cool, I've never thought of that. Like that each illness has a little curly Q signature that you're like,
I know.
oh, that's cool.
If I'm honest, like I don't know if that actually still holds up today,
Yeah.
but
His idea was that you could track someone's temperature and diagnose them that way. And that was a big change.
all of a sudden we start seeing fever not as something that comes at you from the outside, but something that your body does on the inside when it's reacting to a disease. And this is how we get to a place where we can gun someone and say, oh, you're sick, stay away. Anyways, he publishes it all in this big book.
And kind of incidentally, he was like, and in healthy people, when they are no longer sick, we have found that body temperature is 37 degrees Celsius.
Which is the conversion to Fahrenheit is 98.6.
Interesting. So he was just like, oops, I was studying this other thing. I accidentally have a cache million data points.
Yeah, it was essentially a footnote.
98.6, that thing we all sort of bow before was just a little footnote from the 1800s.
Well, yes, until this guy came along named Edward Seguin.
Edward Seguin is the person who actually translated Wunderlich's work and introduced it to the United States.
And he's really into thermometry.
Which is a word.
It was just a word, I know.
He writes this manual called Family Thermometry, which is supposed to teach mom how to take their kid's temperature and why it's important and how to do it.
And so Seguin, along with thermometer companies, kind of went on this big push through like
Articles in Good Housekeeping and Ladies Home Journal and Scientific American
to talk about thermometers and make them like a new tool for the home.
And there are advertisements in all kinds of publications.
And over again, they'd hammer on this number, 98.6, 98.6. That's what you should be. That's what your kid should be. And I feel like this like marketing campaign that happened at the end of the 1800s and the early 1900s is essentially been handed down to us through the century and made us think that 98.6 is the normal or ideal temperature for a human body, which is bullshit.
Well, it turns out that there's a lot of variation across all these different parameters.
So this is Catherine Lay,
Infectious disease epidemiologist at Stanford University.
and as Kat explained it to me, there is no one healthy human temperature.
Women have higher temperatures than men. Bigger people have higher temperatures.
Fatter and skinnier people have different temperatures.
Taller people have lower temperatures.
Whoa.
They're just so thinned out that they got surface area for days.
I don't know.
Hormones can change your temperatures. Morning and night can change your temperatures.
Younger people have higher temperatures than older people.
I'm already thinking about the sweatsuits I want to rock. Okay.
And even in the same person, temperature taken in the ear, in your armpit, and your butt can vary by like 2 degrees.
Wow.
Now, all of this variation piles up to an average of 98.6. But just to really crack this thermometer wide open, and you might remember this from the episode I did last summer, Fungus Among Us, researchers don't even think 98.6 is our average anymore.
What?
Like there was just a new paper a year ago that said it looks like the sort of average of a healthy kind of Western population is 97.5. And Kat was actually involved in that research, and she said that it looks like our temperature has been dropping 0.05 degrees Fahrenheit every decade since the 1850s.
Wow.
There's a number of reasons they think that might be the case, like maybe we have better medicines, so we're not fighting infections as much. You know, maybe it's just the fact that we are older and taller, you know?
Even the average is, I mean, I remember that episode. I was so focused on the scary fungus that I feel like I missed the temperature drop.
It was
But-
just slipped in there, you know?
But it's like you're saying, so not only is there all this individuality on person and time of day and part of body, but then also, the average isn't the average either.
Yeah, so much so that for some people, because you're a man, you're old, and it's early in the morning,
Coming up to 98.6 might actually be a sleeper for you.
This is exactly why it's important to not believe that a number like your temperature can tell you everything.
but even when you know that, it's so hard to let go of that number.
I just got the COVID vaccine yesterday and I feel so rough.
So I had this moment where, like, I got my COVID vaccination, my second one, and it, like, laid me low.
So achy.
And in the middle of that, I thought I should take my temperature. I was super achy, and I really hurt, and so I, turned on my voice memo, and
It's so bad.
my voice is ridiculous, and I think my fever must be like 102. And I take my temperature, and it just
98.1.
comes out as 98.1.
Oh,
And I was just like, oh am I
a big faker?
Yeah, am I making this worse than it is? Like, the thermometer just said I wasn't sick. And then no one at Radio Lab's gonna believe me.
The thermometer can't be right because it doesn't encapsulate. It's terrible.
Despite knowing everything
Despite,
I just
this is while
told
you're
you.
in the midst of this
Yeah,
reporting.
I'm in the midst of this reporting.
You were still, measuring yourself up against that number.
98.6, and so it's like all of that against me. And then in the middle of sort of like the fever haze, the non-fever haze, the non-fever fever haze, I'm like kind of hanging off the side of my bed, like very pathetic. And I was just like, this is just like what Deanna said.
I think that acting as if fever as a quantitative measure can give you objective truth just makes it impossible for you, not you, makes it impossible for anyone to see the full scope of what is happening inside a person.
I definitely felt that in that moment, taking my own temperature. But I think I also realized that you can actually throw out the 98.6 thing, and then your temperature, whatever it is, can be a window into so much more about a person, like how old you are, what your hormones are, or whether you live in a place with adequate medical care.
Can I add one more kind of eerie one?
Of course.
Of what your temperature might be able to tell you. So Hans, our researcher from before, he actually did a study where he wanted to see what predicted core body temperature. So he plugged in all these variables: age, height, weight, location, distance from equator, cigarette consumption, sugary drink consumption, perceived level of stress, any medications, access to a cell phone, like tons and tons of things. And this thing that was right up near the top, more important than body weight or height, was diversity of your social network. And so what that means is not how many friends you have, but how many different kinds. So do you have your work?
Oh, it's not number, it's
Yes,
groups
it's
or
your
something.
work friends and your soccer friends and your knitting friends and your extended family and the Webster sisters. And so the more kinds of groups you had, the higher your core body temperature was.
How does he have any explanation for that?
I think he doesn't know, he doesn't know exactly what that means, but I think there's some idea of if one type fails on you, the more types of backups you have, the safer your body, the less at risk your body feels.
It's just, there's this very porous border between what I thought of as a very physiological thing, which is your body temperature, to what's happening mentally and emotionally in your brain, like emotions tuning your body temperature to what it is.
Yeah.
Which makes me think back on that temperature check tape a little differently.
Can I take your temperature?
Yeah, sure.
Normal temperature. 96.1.
Did you gain weight?
97.5.
96.4?
What time of day is it?
Temperature is normal.
96.
Maybe you're pregnant.
97.2 degrees.
97.7.
Have you seen a doctor?
97.7.
Did a stranger wave at you on the street?
95.4.
96.3.
Did you talk to your sister? Are you on medicine? Or maybe you're off it? Do you live alone? Who do you love? Have you seen them?
Molly Webster. This episode was produced by Becca Bressler, Molly Webster, and me, with production help from Karen Leong and fact-checking by Emily Krieger. Hans Iserman has a new book about a lot of the science we covered in this hour called Heartwarming, How Our Inner Thermostat Made Us Human. Special thanks to Tony Bartolome, Julie Parsonet, Philip Makoviak, Carla Hawk, Lacey Alexander, Anna Stanowitz, Brendan, and all the folks over at the Commissioner in Park Slope, our listeners for their voice memos. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Temperature, temperature, temperature. And last big one to Invisibilia. I first started talking to John back when I was working with them, and they let me use some of that audio. I really recommend you go check it out. Thanks for listening. Okay, so remember I said this book does have a 5th chapter. Ooh. The picture is just a scale in perfect balance. Okay. So, you know how like there's a kind of gnarliness to the concept of theft? Like kleptotherapy. This is all about how like we are constant
Stealing something.
Yeah. It's like that equation. You gotta take in more than you give.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't get enough, you feel wounded and at risk. And if you are getting enough, you're stealing it from someone or something else. And like, if we got to an equilibrium, wouldn't that be so nice?
Yes, equilibrium would be. So we're all giving and taking and like coexisting, and it's a balance. Yeah.
Do you know what that's called? You know what the physicists call that?
No.
The thermal death
Wait.
of the universe.
Wait, equilibrium is thermal death?
Yeah. Like there will be a time when everything becomes the same temperature, and that is the end. I don't know.
I would be grateful for the give and take.
Pretty grateful for the give and take. We'll give you away to your life. That's the end. See you next time. Thanks for listening. Bye.
Hi, I'm Eric Baum, and I'm from Minneapolis, Minnesota, and here are the staff credits. Radiolab is hosted by Lulu Miller and Latif Nasser. Soren Wheeler is our executive editor. Sarah Sandback is our executive director. Our managing editor is Pat Walters. Dylan Keefe is our director of sound design. Our staff includes Jeremy Bloom, W. Harry Fortuna, David Gable, Maria Paz Gutierrez, Sinju Nayasambadan, Matt Kilty, Mona Matt Gawker, Annie McEwen, Alex Neeson, Sarah Kari, Rebecca Rand, Anissa Vitsa, Ariane Wack, Molly Webster, and Jessica Young. Our fact checkers are Diane Kelly, Emily Krieger, Natalie Middleton, Angeli Mercado, and Sophie Semei.
Leadership support for Radiolab's science programming is provided by the Simons Foundation and the John Templeton Foundation. Foundational support for Radiolab was provided by the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation.
Wait, you're listening.
You're
Listening
to Radiolab.
Radio.
From
WNYC.
Three, two, one. Imagine. Twilight descends, and you open your mouth to let out high-pitched pulses that guide you as you're
Exploring the world.
from your back. You sprout massive wings, but not like a bird, more like
Come on, Dagon.
a dragon. You spend the night prowling for unsuspecting victims, but as the sun begins to rise, you rush home
And stretch your wings.
and wrap them around your body until you fall asleep upside down. You have become
Or that.
Now is the part where I make you sing the theme song with me.
Terrestrials, terrestrials, we are not the worst, we are not
Bestials?
terrestrials.
You got it! Terrestrials is a show where we uncover the strangeness waiting right here on Earth. I am your host, Lulu Miller, joined as always by my song bud,
Bat to the bone.
Alan, and my producer bud, what's up, Anna.
And you are bringing us a spooky story about this spooky creature who flies just out of sight of humans in the dark night, stealthily making the world a better place?
Uh-huh. And here to help me tell the tale is Batman!
Because I study maths.
Okay, it's not undercover superhero Bruce Wayne, it's actually Angelo Soto Centeno, a Puerto Rican scientist now living in New York City. And he's not the Batman, but as a guy who catches bats for a living, has studied bats for over 20 years, and has an arm full of bat tattoos.
That is true.
I'm gonna call him a Batman.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
And this Boricua Batman grew up fascinated by bats. As a kid, he would hear them rustling in the trees outside his bedroom window, and he wanted to find out what they were doing out there under the cover of darkness. So he started poking around for bats. Literally.
There was a little creep.
Well, hello. Just a little while ago, I put up the video about this. This is the Your UAV 85. I had some problems with the SPI receiver using D16 mode, so I switched it to D8. Now, I said I'd come back and explain how you could squeeze in maybe a little bit more than you would have thought of into 8 channels and get the RSSI there as well. And I wanted to clear up a little bit about exactly what telemetry you got, whether you use telemetry mode or not. Now, if you're an old hat at OpenTX and you've used lots of fixed wing models, you've probably used this before. It's about changing the weight on the switches to get exact positions rather than just relying on a free position switch. But we'll go through that, and I will try and film my transmitter and the screen and potentially me. I would normally use this for flying all across like this, but I'm actually going to film it on this one, but I'll be using this one anyway. That's because this has got a bigger screen and it's easy to film, and I think most people are using the X9D or the QX7 instead of the X-Lite, but I'll shout on this one, but I'll be working on this really. Well, let's plug into Be a Flight and get going. Okay, so this is Be a Flight, as we would have seen. And what I've got at the moment in my modes, first off, this is D8, so I've got channel 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I'm kind of using those changes. You see, we only get down to aux4 here. And if I have a look at my modes, I'm using aux1, aux2, aux3, and aux4. So I've got no room to push the telemetry signal back to the radio and have it appear on the OSD as RSSI. So how do we do this? Well, first off, if we go to our mix and see exactly what we've got here. If we look at channel 5, SG, what we have for the source is just SG, which is just the switch on the side here. And if I switch that, you'll see it going up and down that channel. And this is the sort of easy way of adding a switch. You just add it at the source, and if it's a 3-position switch, it'll go middle, high. If it's a 2-position switch, like the arm switch here, it'll go low and high. That's on aux2, as you can see there. So all we need to do is be able to squeeze a little bit more on this channel. So I've got, for example, flip over after crash total mode as aux4. So what if we were to put that as aux1 and move it sort of up the end there, and then I would take these sort of aux1 places and I'll sort of move them along. So make them a bit smaller, fit them in, and also I wish you could rearrange this. So that's 1800. That's about there. See, plenty of space that, but it doesn't fit because we miss out angle sort of completely, and then we're at high. So here's what we do. And all we're doing is, instead of saying we want it on SG, we set our mix as max. And then we put it on a switch. So same switch, but what you can see is as I go through the switch, it says down position, mid position, up position. So my up position is at 100 weight. So if we change the weight, then we want to change that down to, well, under
Alright, so I'm going to just go ahead and kick off this video with some footage. I think that's what most people are interested in, is the quality of the video compared to DJI, and I'll just save you guys much time. If you're mostly just interested in the video quality and how it looks, the DJI image definitely looked better than the Fat Shark SharkBite image. However, if you're interested in some of the other aspects of the SharkBite system, for example, the ability to connect the HDMI out to any type of goggles or screen that has HDMI in, you probably want to watch this video. Also, if you're looking at things like purely from a race perspective, in terms of like the lowest possible latency, the SharkBite system does beat the DJI system in terms of pure latency, in terms of pure numbers, but the difference is like 15 milliseconds on average to compared to 25 milliseconds. So for the 5% of you that can tell the difference between 25 milliseconds latency and 15 milliseconds latency, then maybe the SharkBite system is going to be one you're going to want to check out. Anyway, a lot of details in this video is going to be pretty long. I'll put some chapter markers down in the description if you want to skip ahead to other sections, and then I'll have there's some additional footage at the, well, not at the end of the video, but in the description of the video of links to those, as well as download links to the sample video file from the DVR, and I'll have like a full battery of test videos later. So yeah, that's because this video is going to be way too long otherwise. So let's get right into the review. Alright guys, so in this video we're taking a look at the new Fat Shark SharkBite system. I have not experienced the previous version of the Bitefrost system at all, and the only other digital system I've used is the DJI system. And I picked this up from GetFPV on their, I guess they had a special at the very first batch that was released. This was $249, and I came close with everything here to see. There might be other bundles in the future that may be a little bit different from this one, and I also know that there's a whoop size 25mm by 25mm single board BTX that I don't have yet. That's the prototype I've seen, and that I will probably try and get as well in the future. So that might be a different kind of bundle. But what you get here, what you're going to see in this video was $249, but the prices may change in the future. I did buy this with my own money, and I do want to thank my patrons for providing support for this channel so that I can acquire top products like this and give the rest of you guys a look at this before everyone else. So hopefully you guys can make a good decision as to whether or not you'd want to get this, stick with analog, or maybe go DJI. So, you know, I'm not going to really get into the politics of what's better, you know, in terms of this or that, or, you know, it really depends on kind of like what kind of pilot you are and what your needs are. Just going to explain what the system is, and you guys can decide for yourself if it's something that you're going to want to switch to. So first off, we'll start off with the stuff here on the left. And this came in the larger box here. This was, I think, basically the receiver unit and DVR. So there's two patch antennas here. This is basically a diversity receiver system. Two patch antennas in the front that are built in, and you have two SMA antenna connectors here. No additional antennas are included with the receiver unit or with the VTX. We'll get to that here in a second. So this is what the unit looks like. You get a fan, two antennas here, two patch antennas, a little jog dial button, probably for controlling the menu. On the bottom here you have a little, looks like a controller board wire. I think that's what this is for, maybe for firmware updates. Not exactly sure. There was no manual provided with any of this stuff, and no links to where to download the manual that I could find in the box, which was kind of strange. There's this one little card here that came with the VTX. You have a mini HDMI out. From here you can connect to your Fat Shark goggles or to anything that has HDMI in. And then you have a microSD card slot for recording the video. It is 720p video, I believe. I don't know exactly what the bitrate is. You have power in here. We have barrel plug. That's 2 to 6S, I believe. And you have these additional cables here. So this is a XT60 power cable adapter, and this one goes to, has two leads. One goes to your goggles, and one goes to the receiver DVR unit. I'm gonna use that. Then there's also this one here, which goes to a 2S balance plug to a barrel plug. So a couple different options to power these components. You get the mini HDMI to mini HDMI cable. They are right angled. And this is mainly for attaching to some sort of a goggle or a screen. You get this fan shroud replacement for fan shroud goggles. That's for connecting to the top here. And now we'll go to the front of the goggles. Now you may be able to attach this to other ones. I'm going to probably have to attach this to my Yushin EV300Os because I can't get a good image on my HDO2s. It's just too blurry. So I mean, it's not flat, but you see it's fairly flat, a little curved here. So it ought to fit on the EV300O, something similar. Probably use some like double-sided tape or VHB or something like that. But if you have fast shroud goggles, you just replace the fan shroud and then you have these screw attachments here, and that will attach to the front of your goggles. There is this cable here, which I think goes here for one side. The other side goes to the VTX unit here, but I don't know which end goes where. There's no documentation, but I'm pretty sure that's what this is for. Probably for firmware updates, I'm imagining. That we'll have to see. If I figure out where the manual is. If I do that, I'll let you know. There is a joystick cable camera control board here, basically, and this is for attaching to the VTX. This came in the box with the receiver, strangely enough, not the VTX. And this would go to over here. Yeah, there's one like so. And that's for changing the settings. You can change the settings via the transmitter as well if you have the UART properly hooked up on your flight controller. So let's go over the stuff that came with the VTX. The VTX came in this box, smaller box here. You get 4 wires. You have power, ground, RX and TX for the UART, and that's going to be right here. So you have voltage and ground on this side. This is the VTX board. And on the other side here, you have your UART control, the TX, and the RX. So the RX will go to the TX UART on your flight controller, and the TX will go to the RX. So the VTX unit is 2 boards here, connected via these 4 pins here and here. Communication. It's a 20 by 20 mounting, but it's overhang that on this side here where the antenna plugs in here. So the NXDX antenna port. No antenna was included. With this, there's a photo of a true RC antenna, MCX antenna, and the GetFPV website. That was not included in the box here. So you have to provide your own antenna. So obviously, whatever the cost is, $249 or whatever it is later, you have to account for the cost of the antennas that is not included, besides the built-in patch antennas on the receivers. So bear that in mind. So there was this card here in the box for the VTX. It does explain about the VTX board being, the RF board being on top. That's probably because this RF board is probably producing a lot of heat. It is a 25, 200, and 500 milliwatts power switchable for this one. But yeah, it's probably going to produce a lot of heat. So you want this one on top. You don't want this flipped over where the heat is going to be going up and then this board is going to be blocking it. And then it does explain that it wants at least 10 millimeters of space between this and your top plate for air to flow through. So try and provide as much airflow as possible. And they also show here as well another picture of the RF board and being at least 10 millimeters away from the carbon plate. So the chipset that's on here that's doing the digital processing of the video image is, I think, a different process than the EGS. I think it's like 100. I forget it's the chips. Basically, the chip lithography is what it's called. It's what's the size of the actual chips inside. It's a lot larger than the ones on the DJI system. So this produces a lot more heat at 500 milliwatts versus the DJI system. So we'll have to see how hot it gets. I'll measure that later. But yeah, just hang over a little bit here is on the side. 20 by 20 holes. I think they're probably the M2.5. I haven't actually taken the standoffs off. But yeah, you could probably remove the screws and the standoffs and go all the way through if you want. But you're gonna probably need some other replacement standoffs here to keep that space between the boards. Okay, so the stuff that came with the camera, get the camera itself. This is basically based off of the OneCam Racer 4 Nano, similar to the Foxy Predator. And you can see it's got the digital interface, M8 lens. I think it's 1.7 millimeter. Yeah.
SharkBite. Some people say that it's the future of FPV. It's higher resolution than analog, but less expensive and less disruptive than DJI. You can still use SharkBite while flying around all your friends. Are you one of those people? If not, then I don't know why you're watching this video, because this is the SharkBite setup video. This video is for if you have already bought SharkBite and you need a complete start-to-finish guide for getting SharkBite working with your quadcopter, including the new Canvas mode update. Oh yeah, that's in here too. I'm Joshua Bardwell, and you're gonna learn something today. The first thing that we got to do in setting up SharkBite is wire up the SharkBite video transmitter to the flight controller. And there are 2 or 3 main things we need to think about when doing that. The first is power, so we're going to need ground, and then the SharkBite video transmitter takes between 2S and 6S input voltage. So that's going to be easy to get on pretty much any quadcopter that we're using. You might ask the question of, if you have like a 10 volt regulator or a 12 volt voltage regulator, should you use it versus using VBAT? And I don't know that there's a definitive answer to that, as long as the regulator is actually rated for the current that the video transmitter is going to pull, then you should probably be okay. And you should get a little bit cleaner video and a little bit more protection from voltage spikes. But these are designed to run off of VBAT, so there shouldn't be any problem running them off of VBAT if that's what you decide to do. Next, we have the RX and the TX wires, and those are going to go to any unused UART, any TX and RX pad on your flight controller. And those are going to be used for a number of things. The main thing that they're going to be used for, though, is the on-screen display. With the most recent firmware updates, SharkBite supports a feature of Betaflight called Canvas Mode. And Canvas Mode lets the flight controller draw essentially arbitrary things on the screen. So anything that the flight controller could put on an analog OSD, it can put in the SharkBite OSD, including drawing the menu and basically everything. So that is definitely a feature that you're going to want. Now, the video transmitter that we're going to be working with in this video is the TX5S.1. And this video transmitter outputs 200 milliwatts, and it has a 25 millimeter toothpick style mounting. And we're using a toothpick flight controller in this particular build. That's why I have selected this one. There's another video transmitter, the TX5M.1, which is a 2-board solution with 20 millimeter mounting and 500 milliwatts of output power. That one has the same solder points as this one, but you're probably not going to be using it because it has some durability issues. The connection between the 2 boards creates some durability problems when it's crashed in real life. And I'm not convinced that they're going to continue manufacturing that. If you've got that, though, it'll wire up the same. The other one is the TX5R.1, which is their new racing video transmitter. This one has 20 millimeter M3 mounting with gummies and outputs 200 milliwatts. The big difference with the TX5R.1, though, is that it has smart audio connection as well. We will go over how to wire that up and how to set that up, but it won't be on the video transmitter that I'm using for this particular build. So here is a pinout diagram for the flight controller we're going to be working with, the iFlight Beast F7. And what we need to identify is, first of all, how we're going to power the flight controller. And we could do that using these pins on this plug, ground, and VBAT. We need to identify one UART for the TX and RX wires, the MSP connection, and that could be this, T2 and R2. And then if you have the TX5R.1, you also need to identify one separate UART TX pad for the smart audio connection. And that could be any one of these. For example, we've got R1 and T1 here. We could choose to use T1. We've got T4 here, we could choose to use that. Any UART TX pad that isn't otherwise occupied. any UART that isn't occupied. So if you're using RX1 for S-Bus receiver, you can't use TX1 for smart audio. That wouldn't work. Each UART can only have one function. It's worth pointing out in this situation, what I might try to do is remap the R3 pin. You can't remap a UART RX to a UART TX. That usually doesn't work. But you usually can remap a UART to be soft serial. And soft serial is a software version of a UART. I might try to remap R3 as soft serial UART TX, and that would probably let me get all of my necessary UARTs in this one little plug, and that would certainly be convenient. Now, if you're using the TX5R.1, the good news is that you can have a completely solder-free installation. So the TX5R.1 has this plug here, which is the power/UART connector, and it comes with a wire. And that wire has a plug on one end, and so you could just plug it in and then cut the other ends off and solder them to your flight controller if you prefer. But if your flight controller has a plug like this one, that might work. It comes with a bare SH1.0 connector, and you can just plug those wires in the correct order for your flight controller and just plug it in. Unfortunately, the TX5S.1 that I'm working with doesn't have a plug, and it's solder only. So that's what we're going to do. And I always double check when I come to the TX and RX pads. TX on one goes to RX on the other. I just want to make sure I get that right. So this goes ground, power, RX is the next one. Next one will be RX. The V stage 7 or F7 is power, ground, TX. So that is correct. The third one is RX on the VTX and TX on the flight controller, and that's correct. So we just come straight across here. All right, so next we're going to take the camera and we're going to install the MIPI cable on the camera if it isn't already. Which way does it go? I think it goes like that. And just, does it go like this? Oh, there you go, yeah. Just pops on, be gentle because it can damage the MIPI connector. And it is going to pop down onto the video transmitter the same way. Yeah, just like that. And we also are going to need an antenna. Never power this guy up without an antenna. Well, for the time being, this will do. It's just a little dipole antenna that came with a TBS Unify. As long as it's a 5 gigahertz antenna, you'd be okay. It's not the one I'll use on the final build, but it'll do for now. And the next thing to do is to power it up. See if it fried. Hasn't fried yet. We got a red status LED here. Bear in mind that SharkBite will not function if there's not a camera installed. It's not like an analog VTX where it'll just power up and operate normally. So, yeah, oh. And we have image. We have image in the goggles. It's working. That's fantastic. Now that it's wired up and basically functioning, we can move on to the software configuration over on the computer. The next thing that I'm going to do is update the firmware on the goggles, and there's a fair chance that your goggles or your module already have the latest firmware, especially if you're using the Scout HD, which just came out. But I'm going to go through the steps anyway, because at some point in the future that may not be true, and I want to make absolutely sure that my VTX has this firmware, which supports canvas mode. That's the feature that lets the full Betaflight OSD work with SharkBite. That is a must-have feature. The webpage that I'm at is here. I'll put a link down in the video description. I'm going to go down to the Scout HD FPV goggles zip file. I'm going to download that zip file and open. Here's the contents of the zip file. The zip file manager I'm using is called 7-Zip. If you're on Windows and you don't have a zip file manager, it's free. You can download it. Here's the website, 7-zip.org, or just Google 7-Zip. And then I am going to put an SD card in my machine, and I'm going to take the contents of this zip file and just drag it over to the root folder of the SD card. Next, we're going to insert the SD card into the goggles or the receiver module, and then we're going to power them. I've usually shoot my videos in one go because I know it's distracting if I change appearance in the middle of a video, but this time I had another video. I had to pause this one for like a week. So that's, yeah. Then we're going to power them up. And we should see, yes, the firmware update process is occurring. Now this is going to take some time, so just let that sit and don't interrupt it or bad things will happen. One thing I discovered as I was just now doing this is that if you use a larger than 32 gig SD card, the goggles won't read it. Yeah, that's a common limitation of some file systems that read SD cards. It can tell that the SD card is inserted and removed, but it won't actually do the firmware update or read the card. So 32 gig or smaller. When the update is done, the goggles will say firmware update successfully. Repower VRX now. So we're going to repower the goggles or the receiver and be good to go. The next thing to do is to update the firmware on the receiver, and in order to do that, you're going to need this little cable. Now, this cable comes with the module or the Scout HD goggles, and they're updated from the goggles themselves. Here on the side of the Scout HD is the firmware update plug. That same plug is on the bottom of the VRX, the receiver module, if you have that. You're just going to plug that in there. And there is a matching plug here on the video transmitter. You're going to plug in the VTX. And then to update the firmware for the VTX, you're going to do the same thing. Take the SD card over to the computer, download the appropriate zip file. There's going to be a separate zip file for each of the 3 receivers. Put the contents of that zip file on the SD card. In this case, it's only going to be one file, and whereas before there were several when we did the receiver. Put the contents of the zip file on the SD card, insert the SD card into the goggles, and power them up. And we will get another updating dialog. There you go, firmware updated successfully. Just like that. Next, we're going to do the Betaflight configuration for the SharkBite VTX, and the first thing that I think we should do is set up canvas mode so that we can get the full Betaflight OSD in our goggles. DJI can't do that. Not yet. Step up, DJI. I should say that I'm just following along with Fat Shark's excellent user manual for SharkBite. I'll put a link to that in the video description, of course, but I'll step through it as well because that's why you're here, right? Of course. And what we're going to start with is by remembering the UART number that we connected the TX and RX lines from the video transmitter to. So in our case, that's UART number 2. Okay? Then we're going to go to the CLI in Betaflight. You do need to be in Betaflight 4.2 or newer. If you're on an older version of Betaflight for some reason, or if you're using iNav or EmuFlight, what I'm about to show you, well, the exact thing I'm going to show you won't work. For all I know, EmuFlight does support canvas mode in some other way, but these are Betaflight specific instructions. What we need to type is set OSD underscore display port underscore device equals MSP, and set display port underscore MSP underscore serial equals, and then we're going to take the UART number, which is UART2, and we're going to subtract 1 from it, because programmers don't like to count from 1, they like to count from 0. So instead, UART number 2 is 1. Programmers, what can you do? So equals 1, and then save. Next, we're going to go to the ports tab, and we're going to go to UART2, and we're going to enable the configuration / MSP option. But you see, my flight controller already has serial RX on UART2, and we need to disable that. And if there's anything else in any of these spots, we also need to disable that. If you try to put 2 things on the same UART, the ports tab it'll actually just reset itself completely, which may not be ideal. So UART2 has MSP enabled, and then we're going to go to the configuration tab and make sure that OSD is enabled, and it is. After that, we can go to the OSD tab, and we can set up some OSD elements. And in fact, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to set up my standard Betaflight OSD. My standard Betaflight OSD is, here we go, OSD configuration for analog. let's just go and paste that right the heck in. This is how I set up my OSD on all my quads. I just copy paste the CLI commands that relate to the OSD. It's everything starting with set OSD underscore from your config dump. And then you'll see my OSD is ready to go. And here we are in the OSD tab. It's all sort of ready to go. Aft name, Judy. Yeah. And then here we'll power up the quad. And what do we got? Now, if you're using the TX5 R.1 video transmitter or any future video transmitter that SharkBite may release, there's one more thing you can do, and that is set up smart audio to let the flight controller remote control the VTX. And this may confuse you at first because we can control the VTX using the SharkBite system. So if we want to change band or channel, we can do that using our controller sticks. So isn't that exactly what Smart Audio does? Yes. But and if that's all you wanted, then you wouldn't need Smart Audio. You see, Betaflight has the VTX function. And what the VTX function lets you do is use an aux channel to manage the VTX. Not your sticks going into a menu, but literally you could just change channels or power just by pressing one of these buttons or by turning one of these knobs or by flicking one of these switches. Some people think that's pretty cool and they really want it. If that's you, then you need to set Smart Audio up. I've got a whole separate video about setting up the VTX function, and I'll link it down in the video description. It's using an analog video transmitter, but the process is the same for SharkBite. To set up Smart Audio, the first thing you're going to do is grab this VTX table from the there's a separate user manual for the 5 R.1 VTX. This info is not in the regular SharkBite user manual. Again, I'll put this stuff down in the video description so you can grab it from there. We're going to copy this VTX table. We're going to go into the CLI. And we're just going to paste that in. Boom. And then back here in the ports tab, whichever UART you connected the video transmitter Smart Audio wire to, you're going to, this has IRC Tramp enabled by default. We're going to disable that. We don't need more than one. I don't even know if you can have more than one VTX control enabled, but let's say we connected that to UART3TX. We would go UART3 and we would change here to VTX TBS Smart Audio and we would save and reboot. And then here in the video transmitter tab, we should see device ready. Yes. Oh, well, the video transmitter needs to be powered up. At that point, you should see device ready. Yes. And you should be able to change the channel and the output power using these controls as well. If you set the power to 0, that means that the whole video transmitter will turn off. Again, this is useful for if you, the video transmitters will overheat if you power them on without airflow. So you never want to leave them powered on without airflow for more than a couple minutes if you can possibly avoid it. If you do need to have it plugged in, you can basically shut it off by setting the power level to 0. Next, let's go over some of the menus of the SharkBite system and some key options that you're going to want to be aware of and potentially change. And the first thing to show you is that you can enter the SharkBite system menu by pushing the sticks down and to the inside, and you'll get this menu. I should let you know, if you are using the Race video transmitter and you have set up Smart Audio, you cannot access this menu. Most of the things in this menu are accessible via the Betaflight video transmitter tab, and we'll take a look at that in a second. But there are a couple options that are only accessible from this menu. So if you needed to access them, you would have to temporarily disable Smart Audio in the ports tab, make your changes, and then put it back again. And the first two options that we'll take a look at are the channel and power. Duh. We can change those options. Oh, there we go. By using the right stick, we're going to change to channel 8, and we can change the power. On this one, it goes 25 to 200. That's it. The next option is LP mode, low power mode. And what LP mode does is before the quadcopter arms, the video transmitter will be in a low power mode. Like a 1 milliwatt mode. Actually, it's 25 milliwatts. Sorry about that. And then when you arm, it'll go to full power. So do you see how we're seeing a bunch of like speckles on the screen right now? That's because we're in low power mode. We're only at like 1 milliwatt. Low power mode is a great idea because these video transmitters have a real problem with overheating. And so if it's sitting there at 25 or God forbid 200 milliwatts while you're waiting for like a race to start or something, it can literally in extreme cases damage itself. So you don't want that. Pit mode. The video transmitter can be configured to power up in pit mode. It can be in either pit 1 milliwatt or it can be in pit 0 milliwatt. And in pit 0 milliwatt, it will literally be powered down until you arm the quad. Let me demonstrate that for you real quick. So I'm going to save and exit here. And now I'm going to power cycle the system. Hold on. Unplug. Replug. Okay, so the quad is awake, but the SharkBite video transmitter is completely powered down. Literally, it's just not even on. Now, when I go to arm the quad, here we go. Do I need to be out of... Now, when I go to arm the quad, come on, SharkBite. Making me look bad. And now I arm the quad. Ah, that's how it's supposed to work. I don't know what was happening there. Thank you to Ryan Quellet for helping me figure out what happened here. What he says is that the SharkBite module was auto-scanning, and I didn't give it long enough to auto-scan around to the channel that I was on. What he suggests doing is turning off auto-scan in the SharkBite module menu, and then manually setting the channel, and then as soon as you arm, it'll just come right back because it won't have to search for it. If the throttle is not centered, I forgot about that. If the throttle is not centered, the menu doesn't work. The last option to look at is the offset 25 milliwatt option. That's used if you're racing and you need to be like right at 25 milliwatts but not over, or the race director will kick you out. You can tweak the output power in 25 milliwatts mode, get out your power meter, or if the race director says you're over power, then you just tweak it, turn it down a little bit. Now, one more thing I want to show you is that in the SharkBite system, a lot of the cameras that you're going to use, they do not have like a joystick like you would plug into an analog camera. And SharkBite supports digital camera control. You get into digital camera control mode by going center throttle yaw right. Just hold that for a second. It takes a second. You'll know it's worked when the OSD disappears. You may have done this. A few of you may have done this with analog cameras, and it's unreliable. It doesn't work all the time. With SharkBite, it's all digital end-to-end, so it just works. Once you're in camera control mode and the OSD disappears, pushing center throttle yaw right on the left stick is like clicking the joystick. If you've ever worked with an analog camera, it brings up the menu or it enters the option. And then the right stick down and up moves you through the menu. So we could go to picture adjust, and then we could click the joystick, and now we're looking here. We can move these options up and down. When we're ready to leave, we go down to return and we click the joystick. Okay. One of the key things to do with this camera, the Foxeer Digisight, is to turn the camera ID off. That gets that Foxeer logo off the screen, and that's kind of a big deal. So I will exit here. Doesn't matter, I will not save. And then to get out of camera control mode, you go center throttle yaw left. And now we're out of camera control mode, and we can do whatever we need to do. We can fly the quad. And that's going to bring us to the end of the video. I hope by now that you have a much better idea of how to set up, configure, and get the most out of your SharkBite system. If you got any questions, leave them in the video, leave them down in the comments, or as this video gets older, YouTube doesn't always show me the comments. You can always email me. I'd always do my best to help. I'm so excited about the SharkBite system. I cannot wait for SharkBite to release their upcoming 1-watt video transmitter, which I hope will finally give SharkBite the range and penetration that I think a real FPV system needs. But for now, I'm super excited to get this quad out in the air and see how this Omagod 250 that I'm building flies. It doesn't look pretty yet. I haven't put it together. If you want to see how a sub 250 gram 5-inch flies, I'll put a link to my review of this quad. I reviewed the bind and fly, and I'll put a link to the build video if you want to build one yourself. Go check it out. I think SharkBite is perfect for these little lightweight quads. Better image quality than analog, lighter than DJI. You know, it's an argument anyway. It's an argument you probably agree with because you're watching a SharkBite video. Thank you so much for watching. Happy flying. You guys, I don't know where I am, and I don't know what's gonna happen, but if I don't make it out of this, I just want to know that you subscribe to my channel, or maybe join my Patreon, or click one of these videos I picked out for you. It's hard to say whether. Wow.
Hello everyone, today we're taking a look at Sharkbite. Yeah, this little old channel got a Sharkbite. I tried to buy one, but I missed out. But thankfully, I had an advocate on my side, Dumb Thumbs FPV. Thank you very much, sir. He was an advocate for me over on RC Groups, and he seems to be playing a role in the development or in kind of the direction, not necessarily of everything within this system, but he has contributed to mainly this one thing of making sure we got a loop board. And I want to also thank Carl from DiviMath. He sent this to me. I tried to buy one from GetFPV during their limited quantities, but I missed out. And with Dumb Thumb FPV's help, as well as Carl being very gracious, I was able to get my hands on one, and Carl sent that right away. So I've been having some fun lately. This has probably been covered quite a bit by other people. I've seen the thumbnails. I've seen several videos from Joshua Bardwell and from Albert Kim. I'm sure there are many of you others that have. I've seen some flight footage. Kind of various sorts as well. So I don't know what has been covered and what hasn't because I haven't really studied those. But let's take a look. I put this in a Whoop. I'm a micro guy, so I put the Whoop board in a Whoop and I flew it around the house. One of the things that I might show you that you might not have seen yet is LED gates through it. I also fly inside my house. I know no one else has showed you the inside of my house through it, as no one else in my house flies FPV. Well, we're going to do the typical things of flying it outside, and just kind of having some fun and taking a look. We take the goggles off, we'll get down to the desk, we'll take a closer look at this component, and then we'll move on to the flight footage. So this is the board I was sent. It's number 12. I don't know how deep to go into this. I don't want to waste your time. Basically, there's a connection down here. You use that to connect it to your VTX, and you can update when updates become available. There's also a smaller port down here, and there's a little joystick that you connect to that, and you can change settings that way, or you can do that with your radio stick commands through the OSD as well. I put this in and I didn't get any activity. I could change channels, but I couldn't get into the camera settings. And Dumb Thumbs FPV said, well, you might have bent one of those pins like I did. You have to straighten it out with an X-Acto knife. So I went the OSD route because I couldn't get mine to work. Not saying it's damaged, not saying it doesn't work, but it's definitely possible that I messed it up because it is a very small connector. I'm going to remove this cable and we'll take a little finer look. Of course, we've got a UFL connector on there. Now, this isn't the final iteration to my knowledge. There are pictures online in the RC Groups thread, and I'll link that down below, as well as Dumb Thumbs FPV. He has a YouTube channel called Man Cave Hobbies. I'll link that down below. You see where we have these breakouts across the side. I think that's going to stay. But I saw a picture where there were 2 holes in the middle of the board so that you could take your antenna, lay it over, and then you could run a zip tie through there to help secure your antenna down. That might be good, especially for protecting the UFO connector and hard bumps and crashes. But these are our main wire connectors over here. I'm shooting from the hip a little bit because I can't quite read those. I believe it's ground, voltage, RX and TX. RX and TX are swapped on the board, so RX here goes to TX on the board, and TX here goes to RX on the board. Of course, you need to have a spare UART, of course, to get that stuff working. I found it fairly seamless and easy to use, so I did that. I did use a capacitor on my board, a tiny little capacitor. It's a 10-volt, 470 microfarad capacitor, as you see there in that pre-recorded video. That was just a safeguard. I've only got one of these, and I know they're kind of hard to get a hold of. So that was something I was doing just in case. It's not necessarily required. I do think they suggest if you run anything over 4S
to have a capacitor on there permanently. I think they also encourage you, if you're doing like bench testing with it, to have a capacitor as well to kind of even out the voltage spikes a little bit. And here is a look at the bottom side of the board as well for all those people that have that fine eye for all these little components. I'm really pleased in two components that we have this, well, and I'm biased. I love micros, I love whoops, and I think this is going to be the board of choice. Of course, that other stack, the 20 by 20, a much larger, heavier stack, that might be serviceable in larger quads, even 3-inch quads, but I suspect this board is going to be going in most micros, probably 4-inch or less, really. And I'm also very pleased that this module, which I guess technically isn't a module, it's the VRX, I believe it's called, is so compact. One thing about this I worried about was, originally when it came out, it had a ground station, essentially, that you had to connect it to. That was the Bike Frost system. This is much more compact, pretty seamless. You've got an HDMI cable down here that connects your goggles to it. This is the port you connect, oh, not that port, this port to for firmware updates. I don't believe there are any updates for this yet, at least there's none officially listed on the website. I think Carl has sent out a few updates according to what I've read on RC groups for people using Bike Frost systems and maybe having a little bit of cross-platform compatibility issues. And then right underneath the cable is where our micro SD card is, right here. One thing I'd hope to show you that I won't be able to show you, so I'll do a follow-up video. And if you have suggestions for follow-up videos, I wanted to use my Orca goggles just to see what it's like using that experience. Unfortunately, the cable that I bought, I got notice just today that it's not going to make it here till December. So I quickly went on to Amazon and ordered the next available cable that was going to be serviceable. It's going to be a little bit too long. I think I'm going to have to do something with foam taping this on the front of those goggles or something, but it should be here in about 3 or 4 days. Prime shipping isn't quite the 2-day shipping it used to be. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. I did buy HDO2 goggles just for the purpose of this. I figured Fat Shark, Carl, sent me this VRX and the VTX and the camera for nothing. The very least I could do is pay him back with a purchase of HDO2s. Plus, to get a feel for it, I thought I needed to fly it or use what this had been intended to use for. It's not that you can't use it with anything with HDMI. You can plug it into a TV, but I wanted to use it with the goggles that this was designed for, and I thought that's the most valid way I can take a look at this. Of course, the camera is a 14 by 14 millimeter mounting pattern. This cable length appears to be 80 millimeters, which is what they list in the specs as well. My number 12 board with a whip antenna or linear antenna weighs 7 grams. The camera with the cable weighs 5 grams. We put that all together for 12 grams. We add the little mounting adapter that I needed to use inside the canopy that I have in my Whoop for a grand total of 12.6 grams. The Whoop that I'm flying it on is a 75 millimeter 2S 1103 8000 kV with Gem Fan 40 millimeter quad bladed props. I have got the AE65 canopy that I reamed out in order to fit that camera lens through there. You can see it sticks out quite a little bit, and there you can see my little capacitor as well. And the dry weight of that quad with the SharkBite system is 45 grams. I've selected this flight to show you first because I fly not only inside the house, but I flew outside the house. I think that's the quickest way for you to get a fix of how it appears in my environment. You may have seen camera videos and other flight videos. Keep in mind that the board I've got in this little Whoop is the Crazy Bee F4 Pro, the version 3, which does have an integrated D8 mode receiver. So I don't have a long range receiver on here, but you get an idea. I'm sitting inside the house at the table, and I've flown around the outside of the house, which has a brick face on the outside. We get some breakup, but I think as I go around to the other side, the breakup's going to get a little bit more severe, and my radio is just hollering out, RSSI critical, RSSI critical. I really expected it to just fall out of the air at any moment, but I turned around and come back into the house. I think in this video we got a breeze kind of kicking through that doorway there as well, so now we're just going to go inside the house and fly around a little bit. I enjoyed this, but I enjoy a lot of different things, and I think one thing that is a little bit disturbing to me is there are going to be strong opinions on both sides of the spectrum. You might be comparing this to the DJI system. I'm not necessarily comparing it to the DJI system because I think the scope is quite a bit different. My understanding is that Fat Shark has well, actually, other manufacturers have several cameras coming out for the SharkBite system, so I think that makes it different. I think it makes it different in that it's analog compatible, so if you have analog friends, they'll be able to fly at the same time. You won't knock them out of the air. I think the price point of getting into this system, especially if you're already invested in analog, is going to be substantially different. Matter of fact, the Get FPV pre-order page just went up today, so you can go to Get FPV and pre-order your own. I think the price is somewhere around $350. This initial system that they had out and available for people, I think was intended for Bitefrost purchasers. I think the link got out or something. I don't know. It's really hard for me to make heads or tails. I was reading a lot of this stuff in RC groups, and many of you might contribute to RC groups. Unfortunately, I don't make it over there I'm so busy with other things. But so I was trying to kind of piece together. You probably need to go read it for yourself and get your own take. But that's a couple of little highlights on differences. You know, you're not locked in. It seems as though Fat Shark is going to make this system and then allow other camera developers to come in and do their own thing, which is going to be good because the more companies you get involved, the more they compete, and then they got to keep up with each other. If one's made some sort of grand improvement, the others better do it as well, or they won't be able to compete, and that's good for us. And it's also exciting to me because you've got this little tiny board. Some people are doing naked vistas. I'm a little bit hesitant on that because of the whole heat factor. There could be a durability issue. I know several of you have told me that you're doing naked vistas and it works just fine. But this is another option. Whether it's an equal option or an option for you or not, that's up for you to decide. I enjoy myself. Oh, yeah, and another crash. I know some of you like from my videos the end of the crash. And this one has. Let's move on to some other flight footage. Let's stay in the house and go to the LED gates. Before we get started with the SharkBite system, this is how it looks in analog. So this is the Runcam Nano 3 with the the Runcam Nano 3 on the Uzi 65 with that second version of the lens that has that kind of notchy lens to it. And this is on analog, and I'm sitting downstairs. Oftentimes I'll get questions about my video reception. You can see how much more it breaks up if I sit downstairs. So if you're flying analog in your house and you're having video reception issues, move around is the best suggestion I can make for you. But I wanted to give you a sample of what it looks like in analog before I showed you the SharkBite system. It gives you kind of a baseline. It's one of the one-to-one comparisons I can make. But you can see we've got pretty consistent flashing, and you might be wondering why that is. I could probably help this by using a circular polarized antenna on the quad. Of course, that's going to add weight. Back in my shop, I sit right next to the heating and air system, so I've got all that tin and that metal. Whenever that kicks on, there's got to be some sort of electrical noise coming out of that machinery. I don't know that to be certain. It's just a suspicion of mine. And so that's one of the reasons why the video reception isn't very good back there. So we're going to fly out of my shop area, and we're going to go out to the LED gates, and you get to see that. Now, initially, when I passed through the gates, in the goggles, I felt like a flash or something in my eyes that I got used to. This is probably my 5th flight. Trying to show you my best flight. But it's just something that I got used to. I think as you pass through those LED gates that are pretty good and bright, that there's just something with the camera or something that it kind of creates that flash. But again, I think I noticed it my first 2 flights, but by this point, I was kind of not noticing it anymore. So something to note, not a big deal, at least in my opinion, but it's information that I can pass along to you, something that I did notice in the goggles. Flying around upstairs, of course, this is mainly because it's really dark. We've got an oversync light on, and then we've got an under counter light on, so that area is super dark, and it's all the way dark outside. This is about 10:30 at night. Everybody is in bed, and so Daddy's having a little bit of fun, flying some gates and missing some gates. One of my pathway gates, the USB battery bank kind of went dead on me, so instead of circling those 3 gates, only 2. I do have other gates coming up, but that'll probably be, it'll be 4 or 5 days yet. But these gates are Mobility gates, Mobility.com or MobiliGates.com. I'll put a link down in the video description. You can also pick them up from GoodVentureDrones.com. This is a flight out back. Many of you have probably seen this area, and all the glorious leaves I talked about in that last Savage Bee, you can kind of see where we've worked Well, we got more leaves that have fell, but if you're interested in studying where we did try to pick up the leaves, you can kind of make out how far across the yard we got. We got the front done, but we did not get the back anywhere near close. So we'll be working on that again this weekend. Hopefully I'll have time to edit this video and get that out before I get stuck doing leaf work with my 15-year-old. It's a really calm day, and this was the second day that I got that was really calm. The first day, I kind of was in a hurry because I was really concerned. The weather report showed 3 miles an hour, and for whoop flying, that's great in my area. So I quickly went out, threw a dirty tune on it, and went out and flew it. And I could show you a little bit of that because it's out front. Maybe there's something out front that's interesting that you want to see. But this is later, so this tune is actually a little bit better than the tune that I had previously. I worked on it inside a little bit when I was doing the LED gate flying, and then just generally improved it in small increments over the course of the flights. My main focus, of course, was getting the SharkBite system up and running. Man, you can see all those leaves. It's crazy. I thought this pass along the back fence was fairly interesting because the sun is relatively low this time of year, even though I think it's probably close to about 1:30 in the afternoon. But the sun kind of comes through all those slats in the fence, and then as you fly by that, you can get an idea of how that appears, and you can compare that to other cameras or other flying. We're going to do a little bit of a bark inspection on the trees. We're going to do sun and shade, but on 2 different kinds of trees, so the bark is going to appear a little bit different. This is something I could have done by just walking around, but walking isn't nearly as much fun as flying. Of course, this isn't a range test. I don't do a range test. I would suspect range is something that has been really well covered by this point. But I don't really do rangy stuff. I've done a couple of 4-inch long rangers, but it's not common for me to do that. Mainly, I like to fly close to home, and I just thought for this channel, this was most appropriate. If you find a tree with a little bit of leaves, especially in my neighbor's yard, there is that 3-mile-an-hour wind, but it's really, really calm. There's a little, like a puff of air that you can feel every once in a while when you're sitting there flying. But generally, it's really calm. And I thought this footage came out pretty good as far as the stability, so that you could study it and you could see the different lines that I have in my space, and you can compare that or just kind of do a visual inspection. Maybe by this point in the video, 10 minutes in or what have you, you've already seen enough and moved on. But with a system like this and all the flying that I've done in my space, I thought it would give you a pretty good idea to compare it to pretty much everything else that's out there in the market, including those HD cameras that have onboard recording. So you can click around on the channel and look at various quads or components or cameras and kind of do your own comparison. If you've got 2 browser windows open or something that you can do a side-by-side comparison, you might want to do that. But I think actually pitting it one against another, whether it's analog versus the SharkBite or SharkBite versus DJI, I see them as different. I kind of lean towards the thought that this is the beginning of the end of analog. But I'm pretty happy with what I'm seeing. I'm pretty happy with the size, the compact. I'm pretty happy if the price point that they're showing on the pre-order page for Get FPV is, going to be the price point. That's pretty good. I think it makes it digital FPV much more attainable for a larger group, especially with this Whoop board. I think a lot of us are going to be wanting to run twigs and toothpicks and hoops and 3-inchers, and we're going to want to do all sorts of fun stuff when this thing really hits the market and starts running wild. Of course, a couple of different cameras come out of the market. That'll be exciting as well. So this is out front, doing a little typical camera test. I've got a blue cloth this time. Look at that pretty blue. And I'm trying to get the cloth directly on the lens to cover it completely. You can see I struggle a little bit with that. But we're going to do the 3 different length of tests that I typically do with cameras and pointing them at the sun, about 1.5 feet away from the camera lens, as far as my arms can reach from the camera lens, and right up on the camera lens. I thought that was something I had nearly forgotten to do, but it's an important aspect of FPV is how quickly does the lens respond to light changes. Now this is my original outside flight. You'll have to ignore the voltage warning. I did not have the scaling, and I still don't have the amperage scaling right. I need to work on that some more. You saw in the other flight footage where I did get the voltage right. So this is going to look odd. Betaflight thinks I have a 3-cell in this. I do not. I have a little 2S 450 milliamp battery inside there, and we're just going to fly around the neighborhood. This mainly because when I do my camera comparisons, I mainly fly out front of the house to larger space. I have different views. It has more sun. It also has shade that I can fly through and around. I do like to look at my neighbor's red cars, and the front just gives us more variance in what we can look at to, see how the camera and system responds or how it looks in our eyes. And I think this is one of those things where it's going to be different for everyone. Some people will probably love it, some people probably will not be as excited, and some people will probably be all about how disappointed they are in the system. Leave your opinion down below. Of course, I run a family-friendly channel, so leave your opinion, doing it without using any colorful language, please. Any colorful language comments, unfortunately, I will have to delete those. I have 3 kids, and I just don't want to be a part of anything that I wouldn't have them be a part of. And cursing is one of those things I don't think they need to be a part of. My personal feeling on it is cursing it's not something I'm against. I have cursed at my own kids. I have cursed at the kids I've coached. But it's something that I very rarely do, and it's something that gets that immediate attention where they know, whoa, this is serious, because he doesn't say that. So otherwise, cursing just kind of feels like an inability to explain ourselves. So take some time. If you have some very strong feelings, and leave your opinion down below. I'm not afraid of anyone's opinion. We can definitely disagree and we can agree. I know that everybody's not the same, and I respect everyone's opinion because we each have our own opinion, and that's what's most important. Fly what you want to fly. Be excited about what you want to be excited about. We are flying essentially toys. I know some people are making a living at it, but most of us, 99.9% of us, are flying for fun. And so whatever we spend our money on, we need to be having fun with that money that's spent. What is it? It's Team Black Sheep, I think. They say serious toys. Yeah, they're serious toys. Serious fun toys. If there are other things you would like to do that you think I'm capable in my space to show this system off in another way, please let me know down in the comment section as well. I can sure do some more. We've gotten some nice days, but winter is supposed to be setting in. We already had one snow, it was a month ago, I think we already had snow. I know some people have, harsher weather than we do, but eventually it will set in, so flying outside isn't something that I'll be doing a lot of. And I guess that's something I should mention, that for upcoming reviews, my flights won't be as frequent. So typically when I do a quad review, I'll fly something over the course of, say, 2 weeks, and I might put in 50, it might only be 30, but somewhere between 30 and 70 flights before I post a review. Wintertime reviews, it's going to be more uncomfortable outside, so I'll probably only fly them maybe 15 times before I post a review on it, because 15 times would probably be 2 weeks. Oh, it's going to die right here. Yeah, I ran the battery too low because I wasn't trusting the voltage meter, and then I could feel it on the sticks. It's not going to take off. So that's what you see when the board or the camera won't power up. That's not to be surprising. Everything's fine.
So, what do you think? What do you think of you've seen on the internet in general? What do you think of this system? I'm looking at the price point. I think I alluded to it so far in the video, but I'm seeing the price point. It can vary depending upon the options, which board you choose. The price point somewhere in the 300s, $319. I think will get you a package with this board. I don't think it comes with an antenna though, so that's something that you might prepare. But these antennas, I must have a bin full of these from, I don't know, somewhere just over the time. So you shouldn't have to spend more than a couple of dollars on an antenna. There's nothing special about the one that I'm using. It was just one that was somewhat stiff, but yet overly stiff, that was in my bin. So if you haven't already, leave your comment down in the comment section. Let me know what you think. I'm sure Fat Shark and Carl from Divi Math will be taking a look, maybe. I guess I shouldn't say I'm sure. I would think they would. I don't know what revision this is. Again, this is board number 12. And that's about as far as I can go as telling you what this is. I noticed within the OSD menu there weren't any firmware numbers. So if
If there is a way to see the firmware on the camera, on the board, on the VRX, please let me know. I would think there would be a way, but I just haven't found it. But I might not be the sharpest tool in the shed either. If you have any comments, questions, suggestions, or otherwise, please let me know in the section down below. I appreciate your time. I'll be doing the Orca goggle soon. Thanks for watching.
Hello and welcome back to my RC channel. I'm Andy RC and today I'm going to be taking a look at the official version of the Happy Model Lava X. This is a 2.5 inch ultralight brushless micro with a dry weight of 50 grams. Now, it doesn't come with a battery, but my favourite is this 450 milliamp Tattu 3S LiPo. I did have to retune the model for the heavier battery, although I couldn't seem to hook this one up completely when it came to the tune, regardless of the battery size. It would always, at some point, get prop wash oscillations and the nose would slightly bob up and down. And even if I mess with the filters or the PIDs, I have a sneaky suspicion that the problem is to do with the frame. They've gone with this cube style frame similar to Diatone for durability, but I think this has sacrificed the flight characteristics. Now, it's not terrible, and I'd actually recommend this model because it's got a really long flight time, and it's going to be super durable for sure. But what I'm getting at is that these models are so light anyways, I'm yet to break a frame in a crash.
Good day. Today I'm entering the digital world of FPV with a Fat Shark SharkBite digital FPV system. I'll be using the SharkBite video receiver module, or VRX of course, along with the Fat Shark TX5S.1 digital video transmitter, which is a single board VTX, and I'll be using the Foxeer Digisight nano digital and analog FPV camera. I'll show you how to connect to the camera and VTX with a flight controller on my 4-inch Cobra micro FPV drone. Then I'll go over the setup of the SharkBite VRX, VTX, and camera using only the transmitter sticks. I'll finish it up with a short beach flight and let you know my thoughts on how the Fat Shark SharkBite digital FPV system stacks up against my analog setup of SkyZone 030 OLED screen goggles with the Immersion RC Rapid Fire receiver module, arguably the best on the market today. If that sounds good to you, then hit that thumbs up button below and subscribe to your T-Mac FPV channel, your home for your journey to better FPV fun, flights, and racing stuff. Alright, today I'm excited to be installing my SharkBite digital FPV system into my Cobra micro FPV 4-inch drone build. I'll be using the SharkBite TX5S.1 video transmitter, which comes with this mount adapter, which we won't actually need on the Cobra frame because it's got a whole lot of different mounting options for us, to include Whoop type board mounting patterns for both front and back stacks. I'll be using the Foxeer Digisight digital and analog FPV camera, and we'll be attaching those to the Flywoo Goku GN745 F7 all-in-one flight controller. I'll be installing the SharkBite video receiver system onto my SkyZone 030 FPV goggles. All right, let's do this. All right, we've got our SharkBite TX5S.1 video transmitter. And the first thing we're going to do is tin these 4 pads right here that are ground, power, the RX pad, the TX pad. Then I'm going to tin the end of these wires that came with it and attach the wires to the pads. Like that. Good stuff. All right, now we're ready to mount the SharkBite TX5S.1 to the Cobra frame. All right, even though this VTX board is 25.5 by 25.5, a Whoop style type board, I want to mount it with the camera connector here facing the front of the quad. So because we've got the Cobra frame and it's got these various mounting patterns in it, I'm able to do that without a mount adapter. So I'm going to try and mount this board like this in the Cobra frame, and then I'll run these wires underneath the board and solder them over here to these pads. So I've got to run some screws up through the mounting holes, put some nuts on the screws to keep them in place, and then I might add some spacers and stick this board on top of that. All right, I got the screws through the mounting holes, and I put some nuts to secure the screws to the base plate on the screws. Now I'm going to take these are just some flight control gummies that I've got left over from another build. Just going to slide each one of these on the screw to give the VTX some space between the bottom of the base plate and the VTX so that it's got some airflow. I'm just going to slide these on. Then we take this, just like that. It fits perfectly. Good stuff. I'll just put some nuts on top of here. And I want to run this wire underneath if I can, because we've got to connect it to these solder pads over here. So let's see if I can run this through the bottom. There we go. That's how I want it to come out. I'll just snip these wires off, tin the end of the wires, and connect them to the solder pads. All right, I've got the VTX installed. Previously, I stated that I wanted this connector for the camera facing the front, and that was incorrect. I actually turned this board around 180 degrees so that this connector is back here per the user's manual diagram. And you'll notice here the VTX antenna is towards the front of the quadcopter, and it runs across the VTX board with a zip tie holding it down so that it doesn't pop off the UFL connector, because the VTX has got two holes that you can run the zip tie through. So if you look real close, there's a hole there and a hole there, and I just ran a little wire through those holes, at which point I'm going to run my VTX antenna underneath that wire and connect it to the UFL connector here. And the camera connector will run like this with the camera up front. So I've just rotated the VTX 180 degrees from what it was before, and I've still got the VTX antenna
Oh, 4 years ago.
This has got two holes that you can run a zip tie through.
In August of 2019, DJI shook the FPV world by releasing an HD FPV system that some freaking idiot said was almost impossible and probably would never exist. It needs to be low latency, it needs to be lightweight, it needs to be durable, and it needs to be cheap. The engineering and physical constraints mean that that's basically impossible to achieve. It seems to me like when DJI released their system, Fat Shark's response was basically to crap their pants. Because they had been working on a digital FPV system for who knows how long, and it was not ready for release. But they released the Bifrost system basically to show, hey, we're out here, we're working on this, here's what you can expect from us, but please don't forget that we exist, in the excitement over just how freaking good DJI actually is. That's how I read the release of Bifrost. But Bifrost doesn't matter, because it's a year later and Shark Bite is here. And Shark Bite is Fat Shark's attempt to go back to the drawing board and take all of the things they learned from the release of Bifrost and improve on them, to take everything they know about DJI's strengths and its weaknesses and try to come up with a product that can, let's just say it, be David to DJI's Goliath. It may seem like DJI is an unstoppable monster, but if the story of David and Goliath tells us anything, it is that the right stone thrown in the right place can make all the difference. And today, we are going to find out whether Fat Shark has done. I'm Joshua Bardwell, and we're going to check it. Well, I thought it was only fair to start the video right off with some flight footage from the SharkBite system. Because I find for a lot of people, when they put like the DJI goggles on their face and they go, oh my God, this is so good. I don't know, I want this. Did you have that reaction when you saw that footage? If you've only flown analog, how much better does that feel to you? That gut reaction is going to play a big part in your decision of whether to get this system. But there is a lot more going on here than just the raw image quality. So let's crack open the box and take a look at the SharkBite system. This is the SharkBite video transmitter. It has standard 20 by 20 mounting holes and it's a two-board design, a single MMCX connector for the antenna, and the dimensions are 25 millimeters by 32 millimeters by about 12 millimeters if you need to see if it'll fit in your frame. The SharkBite video transmitter can be powered from 7 to 26 volts, so basically 2S to 6S, and you're going to need to solder the power wires on here to these small pads. You can just connect it directly to VBAT, though there's no need to connect it to a regulator or anything like that, as long as you're under 6S voltage. In addition to that, you're going to need to solder these TX and RX pads right here to a spare UART on your flight controller. So similar to the DJI system, the SharkBite system does not support the full Betaflight OSD. Betaflight OSD only works with analog cameras. Instead, the SharkBite uses the MSP serial protocol to read specific OSD elements from the flight controller and display those elements on screen. It doesn't support all OSD elements, again, like DJI, and you can check the SharkBite manual for a specific list of which elements are and are not supported. In addition to that, SharkBite reads the stick positions, and you actually use a special stick command to open a special menu that lets you configure the video transmitter, channel, output power, and so forth, as well as basic settings like Betaflight PIDs and rates. But if you were hoping to get the full Betaflight OSD, you can't do that, at least not today. The video transmitter by itself weighs 10 grams. With the included RunCam camera, it weighs about 15 or 16 grams. And it does not come with an antenna. You'll have to source your own antenna. Remember that when we talk about price. But with a typical antenna, it comes in around 22 grams. If we compare that to a Caddx Vista, we get a weight of 26 grams. I do need to say that this is not actually the Caddx Vista. It is the Caddx Nebula Nano. I just don't actually happen to have a spare Vista right now that's not in a quad. The Vista version would be about 31 grams. It's also worth pointing out that some people are modifying the Vista to remove the heatsink and make what they call a naked Vista. That is not officially supported, and there is a risk of overheating the unit, but many people are doing it and say that it's fine, and that brings the weight of the Vista down closer to 18 or 20 grams. Though I'm not sure whether that includes the antenna or not. Suffice to say, the Vista can get a little bit lighter, but the SharkBite is probably going to be lighter under most conditions. The camera that's included with the kit is the RunCam Nano HD. It is not like the camera that came with the original Frostbite system. That camera was actually an analog camera being fed into the digital Frostbite system. This is a pure digital HD camera. It has a, they call it a MIPI connector. It's one of these little connectors that snaps on, and it is a full digital connection all the way through to the video transmitter. Now, this camera may not be the right camera for you. For example, it's 14 millimeters. Maybe you like a micro-sized camera. One of the great things about the SharkBite system is that Fat Shark is not restricting who can make cameras for it. Like with DJI, only Cadex is authorized to make cameras, and Runcam made a Vista-compatible camera, and DJI and Cadex were like, whoa, don't do that, we're gonna make you bad. Fat Shark is just like, sure, make cameras. And for example, at this time, I know that Foxeer at least is working on one, and we could probably expect to see, we probably won't see Cadex make one. Probably just Runcam and Foxeer. This is the receiver module for the SharkBite system, and if you were hoping for a module that fit like in your head tracker bay, no, unfortunately it is not going to be an internal install. But there is an upside to that if you are using any non-Fat Shark goggles. More about that in a second. The receiver module connects to Fat Shark goggles using a modified fan plate, and the system comes with its own modified fan plate that you can install on. Well, this is actually the new Attitude V6, which Fat Shark sent me as part of my Bitefrost system, SharkBite system, but that hasn't even been announced yet. So I guess get subscribed and hit the notification bell if you want to see the review of the new Fat Shark Attitude V6 whenever it comes out. But many people will be using a goggle like the HDO2 or the HDO. The fan plate here goes on, and it has this adjustable bracket. I'm currently using it for my Emergent RC LZR Mini. It's the same exact bracket, and the receiver screws onto there and fits on the front of your goggles. And it can kind of wiggle around, but I'm not sure there's really a point to that. The module is powered here via a standard barrel plug, and it comes with an adapter that plugs into the balance lead on your battery. I cut my balance.
喂，你好，全是邱志聪邱先生吗？
对。
这边是台北富邦，跟确认说你在下午3点多你有刷淘宝的小费吗？
对。小费？
是有3笔吗？淘宝的消费。
有。
对，有刷3笔吗？
对啊。
是，好，那我这样我们做交易确认，避免盗刷这样子，不好意思啊。
感谢，
谢谢，好，谢谢，
拜
拜拜。
拜。
Because they get in the way and I don't really use them. If that's you, it also comes with this. It is a power cord with a built-in voltage regulator. You can plug in up to a 4S battery. They say not to use 5S or 6S. It'll just burn out the regulator, and it has 2 plugs here that can power your goggles and the SharkBite system. Now we get to one of the biggest appeals of the SharkBite system over DJI. And that is that it outputs a signal via standard HDMI. This is an HDMI mini connector, and it comes with this little mini HDMI cable that goes to the HDMI input on your goggles. And that will work with any goggle with an HDMI input. It's a 720p 60 signal, so that'll work with Fat Shark HDOs. It'll work with Eachine EV300O. I've got a review of this up on my channel. It's a pretty freaking good goggle. Check out the review, link in the video description. It'll work with an Orca, and it'll even work with my freaking screen here. Check it out. Boom. Just like that. Ultimate ground station. The SharkBite receiver uses quadversity. It has 2 separate receivers, and each of those receivers has diversity between a built-in patch antenna and a second connector here, which is intended to be used with an Omni antenna, although you could hook it up to 4 patch antennas if you thought there was a particular reason to do that. It is worth pointing out that these Omni antennas are also not included with the receiver, and you will have to either use an existing antenna. You don't have to use anything special. You could use any antenna that you use currently with your analog systems if you have some laying around, but you may need to buy additional antennas, and that should be factored into the price of the kit as you're thinking about how much it's going to cost you. Here on the bottom of the module, we've got an SD card slot for DVR recordings. You can only record the goggle feed. There is no built-in DVR or SD card slot on the Fat Shark VTX itself. And on top, there is a rocker switch here for navigating the menus of the system. Well, speaking of the menus of the system, let's take a look at them. And here we've powered up the SharkBite system, and it is in its default scanning mode. It is scanning its 8 available channels. And those channels do more or less perfectly coincide with raceband channels, raceband 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, although confusingly like SharkBite 8 is raceband 6 or something. They're not quite in order, but the frequencies do just about perfectly line up. So if you're trying to intermingle SharkBite and analog users, there shouldn't be any special considerations. And the other major difference is that the SharkBite system is receive only. So the situation you get into with DJI, where if you stand too close to a DJI pilot, you get interference from their goggles, because the DJI goggles actually transmit as well as receive. That's not going to happen with SharkBite. You can cluster up with your friends. Well, these days we're all social distancing, so you're not supposed to do that anyway, but there's no issue of getting interference from a SharkBite system. Well, let's power up a quad, and we should see it pick up the signal right there automatically and lock in on it. And unlike the DJI system, there is no binding. It is very much like an analog broadcast system in that the video transmitter sends its signal out there into the world, and anybody who tunes into that channel with their SharkBite module, they can just receive the signal. This also means that there is no audience mode like there is with DJI. Anybody who tunes in is going to see the exact same thing that you see, assuming that they're standing in basically the exact same location. You're supposed to be able to get into an on-screen menu using stick commands and adjust all the settings with your controller, and that is not working right now. And the reason it's not working is that the MSP connection between my video transmitter and my flight controller is not working, and I've tried everything I can think of to get it working, and finally I reached out to Fat Shark, and they acknowledged that they have had some issues getting that working consistently. It was kind of a big deal. Neither of these video transmitters worked, but fortunately there is a backup method, and this is an opportunity for me to show you that. So the SharkBite system comes with this control board. I guess its intent is to be used if you don't have a flight controller like on a fixed-wing plane. And it plugs directly in to the VTX. And the way this works is you press the button one time to change the channel. You long press it for 3 seconds to change the power. We are on max power. And you also have this little joystick here, which is used to adjust the camera settings. That's going to look real familiar to anybody who has had a RunCam camera before. In fact, it's exactly the same. You've already seen some flight video from the SharkBite system. Now it's time to do a more rigorous range test compared to DJI, and yes, even analog. The SharkBite outputs about 500 milliwatts. Actually, that's not 100% true. This one outputs 500 milliwatts, but that's only for this particular batch. They're actually talking about switching to a single board solution that's even smaller and lighter, but only outputs 200 milliwatts for future bundles. The 500 milliwatt VTX will still be available as a separate purchase. We'll talk about pricing a little later in the video. We're not very far down the road here, but you can already start to see some of the breakup. And you can see the way that SharkBite breaks up is so different from the way that DJI breaks up. It's not a digital style breakup like your satellite TV when the rain comes in. It's more an analog style of breakup. And remember, the latency is not affected. Oh, we haven't talked about the latency yet. Yeah, we'll get to that too. I also want you to notice there's directionality here. These Omni antennas, yeah, they are doing their thing, but if I turn the face back the other way and point these patch antennas at it, the signal gets super clear. Those patch antennas are definitely doing their job. Right here, just before we crest the hill and come out on the top of the road, this is the weakest spot. I don't know if it's because there are trees in the way or whatever, but this is always where it is the hardest to get through. And the signal is really struggling right now. In fact, I'm even seeing some complete dropouts of the image. But again, if I turn my head back, let's just see what I can do to get the best possible signal. Yeah, I can get it pretty manageable. Let's go up the top of the hill and just see how far we can get. So this is just about the highest spot, which still has clear line of sight visibility. Well, line of sight with the terrain. Obviously there's trees in the way, but it has clear line of sight visibility
to my place. I can actually see my house. You probably can't see it on the camera. I'm gonna point the goggles straight at my house and see what kind of results I get. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it's completely clear. Once we're up on this hill, it's completely clear. I can even turn like all the way around and have pretty decent signal. Alrighty, now it is DJI's turn. And for the quadcopter, we are going to be using the Caddx Vista here in the GEP-RC Baby Crocodile. And on the goggles, I want to be really clear that although the Axie HD is installed here, it is not hooked up. We're using the stock DJI antennas. Some people may think that's a little unfair because the SharkBite has patch antennas built in, and that's exactly right. I'm testing both of these guys in their stock configuration as delivered. You can spend another $60, $70 or something to make the signal a little better with the Axie HD, and the Axie HD will improve the signal a little bit, but we're going to test them in stock condition. That seems the most fair to me. So here we are at the first position, basically the worst position for the test. Let's see how the DJI is doing. We're getting about 2.5 megabits per second, 3 megabits per second, and 1 bar. That's risky. I would consider it risky to fly this. Let's turn our head. Oh yeah. We turn our head, it comes right back up to between 10 and 15 megabits per second. Gets perfectly good again. Definitely can't see it going in and out. For the record, we are at 50 megabit per second mode, because, I mean, that's just how you're going to fly it. Unless you're flying with friends. If you're alone, you're going to be at 50 megabit per second. It's well worth it. And here we are back at the very highest point. And in about 20 megabits per second, maybe as low as 12. We've seen DJI fly. We've seen it fly all the way out to that ridge and back up here. And if you want to check out my Flywoo Explorer 4-inch long-range flight, you can see just how far you can go on this. It's more a question of how does the image degrade and how well does it hold in than like absolute range. One more thing to do, and that is analog. Let's get an analog DVR in here just for, just because, why not? For analog, I'm going to be using the iFlight Sedora SL5E. It has the iFlight Force video transmitter in it, which goes up to 800 milliwatts. I think that's a pretty typical high output power for a pretty typical video transmitter. Yeah, I know some video transmitters go up to as much as a watt, but this is what I got. The other thing that I got to figure out is what antenna am I going to use on the goggles? And the antenna that I think I'm going to use is this Immersion RC LZR Mini patch. And that may be a controversial choice because most people don't fly their goggles with dual patches. Most people fly with one patch and one Omni. But here's why I think this is the right decision to make. Number one, the SharkBite system has 2 patches and 2 Omnis. So if you're trying to compare how does analog at 800 compare to digital or SharkBite at 500, having patches on the analog goggles is the most fair comparison. And if you are going to use analog instead of either of these 2 digital systems, then you're going to have so much money to spare that you can afford to put the highest gain antennas on there if you really want to and give yourself as much of an advantage as you can. Tell me in the comments why this was a terrible decision. YouTube loves all engagement. Alright, here we are at the quote-unquote worst spot. Let's see how she do. Nothing. Oh, okay. So if I hold my head just right, I can get a stable image that I would say is barely flyable. But if I'm facing the wrong way or anything, nah, nothing. And now the best spot. Oh, there you go.
What about the latency of the SharkBite system? Here's how we measure the latency. We point a GoPro at a light so that the GoPro can see both the light and the screen of the goggle. And then we turn the light on and we measure how many frames it takes in the GoPro between the light turning on and the light turning on in the goggle. So if I go a couple frames ahead, you can see, boom, there the light lit up and now it's fully illuminated. And we measure how long that took. The number of frames distance is the latency of the system from the real world object to you seeing it in the goggles. Now, normally the resolution of this would be quite poor if you were recording at 30 or 60 frames per second, but we are recording at 240 frames per second. And that means 1/240. That means that each frame is 4 milliseconds, which is plenty of resolution for something like this. And the final word is, here is the latency of several different tests. If you count the frames and multiply by 4 milliseconds, you get the actual latency. So here we've got 6 frames, that's 24 milliseconds. Here we've got 3 frames, that's only 12 milliseconds. Here we've got 4 frames, that is 16 milliseconds. Here we have 5 frames, that's 20 milliseconds. 6 frames, 24 milliseconds. And 5 frames, that is 20 milliseconds. Looks like a latency of between about 12 and 25 milliseconds. So, should you buy it? And in order to answer that question, we have to talk about how much it costs. And that is a little more complicated than it might seem. Right now, this kit that you see me using here, the receiver module, this is the 500 milliwatt video transmitter and the Runcam Racer 4 camera, as well as a few other accessories and cables and stuff, but that's the gist of what you get. That costs $250. That is a starter price, and this is still considered beta. This is still not, they are still saying we can make it better, we still want to refine it. $250. Going forward, this receiver, they're estimating it may be about $210-ish. Going forward, this 500 milliwatt video transmitter may be about $90-ish. And the camera, no idea. That's going to be up to Runcam, Fox, or whoever makes the camera, but I guess you could sort of guess. I don't know. These prices, by the way, are not set in stone, but this is the best I could get for a straight answer, at least as of today. Oh, and they already have developed a single board 200 milliwatt video transmitter that has been put on an 85 millimeter whoop. And I don't know about a price for that. That's something that they are probably going to release in the future, but we don't know about that. Worth reminding you, it doesn't come with antennas, so you will need to add your own antennas. Let's say you add another $30 for antennas, and you're still well in under, let's say, $300 in the door. That's way cheaper than DJI. Or is it? Because you still need goggles. You still need goggles, right? Now, the good news is you can use any goggles that you like. You could even use a screen if you're that kind of weirdo. So the goggles could be as cheap as $200 as long as they have an HDMI input, and you're all in for around $500. A more typical person is going to spend closer to $300 on their goggles, and premium goggles are in the $400 to $500 range, not counting an analog module if you needed such a thing. So let's say you're looking at between $600 and $800, depending on which goggles you get, unless you already have goggles, in which case you're in for only $300. And that's a big thing. How compelling SharkBite is to you is going to depend a lot on whether you already have a set of analog goggles with HDMI input that you really love. Here's another factor you could consider. If you fly a lot of analog quads like Tiny Whoops, Fat Shark goggles are better for analog than DJI goggles. DJI goggles have large screens, but they're LCD screens, they're not OLED screens, and the latency is a little bit worse on the DJI AV input. Whenever I fly analog quads, I don't use my DJI goggles, I use my HDO2s. If you fly a lot of analogs, you could be leaning more towards the SharkBite. I think that's kind of the end of the video. At this point, I hope you know what you need to know to make a decision as to whether this is right for you. But I gotta say, I'm really happy to be able to say that because some of the earlier units I used I thought, I just can't see anybody buying this. I can't recommend it personally. Some of the early units, there were either performance or quality issues that I was like, I would just take analog over this and just stick with that. But this is finally at a level where I could see myself flying it. I could see myself replacing all my analog quads with this. It is delivering a better experience enough than analog. It's not just like, oh, it's digital, it's a novelty, it's kind of high def. It really is a better experience in enough ways than analog that it is worth considering. And I can only see it getting, I hope it only gets better from here. I want to thank you for watching. I want to thank Fat Shark for sticking with this and helping fill in many of the gaps that the DJI of the world, not DJIs, the DJI of the world refuses to fill, and giving us this product. If you decide that you want to pick the product up, there's a link in the video description to the Get FPV product page for this kit that you can get. And as time goes on, there will be more listings for individual products, including the new video transmitter and so forth. Thanks so much. It's kind of a weak ending to the, like, usually the video ends and I'm like, yes, either you should buy it and you should not buy it and all is good. But this is a weird one. I know there's people watching who are like, this is what Fat Shark brings us? Are you joking? And there's other people who are like, yes, it's just everything I hoped it would be. Thank you. And all I gotta hope is that I've given you the information you need to know which one of those you are. Happy flying. You guys, I don't know where I am, and I don't know what's gonna happen, but if I don't make it out of this, I just want to know that you subscribe to my channel, or maybe join my Patreon, or click one of these videos I picked out for you. The new product is kind of like a tiny baby bird. It hatches out of someone's mind into an idea, and then there comes a time when it is kicked out of the nest and it must fly or fall on the ground. There comes a moment where that bird takes wing and flies and becomes a successful mainstream product. And that moment has come for SharkBite. And this camera is the reason why. I'm Joshua Bardwell, and you're going to learn something today. The Runcam Micro HD that you're seeing in this video was sent to me by Runcam, the Foxeer DigiSite.
지난 영상으로 캐덱스의 새로운 디지털 시스템 엑센트 시스템이라고 하죠. 요거 도입된 거 소개시켜드렸죠. 세트로다가 캐덱
Oh.
Now I'm going to try to see if I can do this. I took all the screws out of it, out of the bottom of it, and I took the screw out of this motor cover. So I want to take that off first. So just pop right off. There's a little, I call it like a little gasket. You just gotta be careful. Take that thing off. Okay, there's the motor. It's that PN Kyosho PN 70. Well, it ain't Kyosho, it's PN Racing. Okay. Now, the front end, you got the screws out. We'll pop this off. Wheels will come off. Now, the way I have this now, trying to get it over that servo. I cut a little hole in that. It's a little too big, but you get the idea. I cut the hole. I just took a piece of 1 millimeter styrene plastic and just made a little support there and shoe glued it in to hold the servo up. And I took the original, everything inside here is all stock, and I just drilled the hole out of that servo end of that white gear and put the servo hub off of a servo horn. I cut that little hub off and put that in there and glued that in. I think I used CA on that, super glue, just a touch, doesn't take much. Now the servo sits in there flat, and when it turns the steering like it's supposed to, like stock. Okay, now we can lift Mario off, I think. Oh, no, we can't. I gotta get, to get Mario off, I have to take he's got 4 screws underneath this board. This is a WPL D12, I believe that's what it is, board. Receiver, speed control, ESC, whatever, all in one. And it sits
Today we're talking about HD0, and this is going to be a step-by-step guide in getting yourself up and running with HD0 if you've never used the system before. In this video I'm going to cover the hardware, talk about what you need to get the system ready, talk about the wiring to your flight controller, the configuration in Betaflight, and hopefully just walk you through everything you need to know to get your first experience with HD0 up and running as smoothly as possible. Now, just before I jump into this video, I just want to add, if you do find it useful, please do consider hitting the subscribe button, and if you'd like to support the channel to allow us to keep making content like this, there is a link to my Patreon as well as Buy Me a Coffee, and it is only by you guys supporting us am I able to keep making videos like this and hopefully helping people along the way. Anyway, let's get on with this video and let's take a look at the hardware and what you're actually going to need first of all. Okay, so to start, and the best place for that is actually just to quickly explain what HD0 is. If you don't know, it is a digital FPV system that consists of a goggles module or a set of goggles with a digital receiver built in, such as the Scout HDs. You have a digital VTX, a camera, as well as a couple of little sundry items that make the system up. The real benefits of HD0 is that it offers ultra-low latency digital FPV video up to 720p 60 frames a second, but the real thing on this system is that it is fixed latency and it is not variable latency like other systems on the market. To get yourself up and running, you are going to need to get yourself a goggles module or a set of goggles with the HD system built in. At the point of me making this video, that is only the Scout HDs from Fat Shark, but you can use the goggles module with any FPV goggles that have HDMI input, such as the HDO2s, the Skyzone 04Xs, or even the Orca FPV1s. You will then need to get yourself one of the many VTXs that are available, and we'll talk about the differences between a couple of them in a moment. You will need a dedicated camera for the system as well, which features a MIPI connector. Something to note on the cameras is whilst there are cameras that are designed to work with the DJI system, they are not compatible with HD0. You will need cameras that are specifically designed for the HD0 system, such as from Foxeer, Runcam, or the dedicated HD0 cameras themselves, like I've got here. Once you have all parts of the system, you're ready to get yourself up and running, and the first thing you're going to need to do is connect your VTX to your flight controller. Before we do that though, we will hop over to the overhead and we'll take a look at the differences between a couple of the VTXs first. So in front of me we have two HD0 VTXs. We have the Race version 2 VTX and the Whoop VTX. Both of these have the same power output of up to 200 milliwatts, but there are some differences in the features and capabilities between them, which we'll talk about in a minute. At the point of me making this video, there are currently 4 VTXs available for the HD0 system. You have the original dual board 500 milliwatt VTX, you have the version 1 Race VTX, which was more rectangular, the new version 2 like I've got here, and the 200 milliwatt Whoop board. There is a new up to 1 watt VTX coming in the very near future, and that again will offer some new features and capabilities that we've not seen before, including that increased power output. As I've mentioned here, both of these boards support up to 200 milliwatts output, but that really is where the similarity ends. The Race version 2 is a higher quality board overall with some extra features and capabilities designed to make it better for general use. For instance, it supports smart audio, allowing you to change the settings via Lua scripts. It has securable inputs and outputs, so for instance...
Hello everyone, today we are taking a look at the Happy Model Bass Line. Yeah, Bass Line, not baseline, like baseball, B-A-S-E, but B-A-S, bass, like fish. And Happy Model has a habit of naming their microquads after fish of all various sorts. The Mobula is probably the most famous of fish names for their quads. And I want to start off with just one little point here. Many of you will be asking me about how does this compare to the Rocket Race. I will answer that in this video. Continue watching for that answer because it's more than just a one-liner.
It comes with 1103 10,000 kV motors. The all-in-one flight controller is the X12 5-in-1, so that does include a 400 milliwatt VTX. You see my little cube antenna down there, that's ExpressRS. This does come in FrSky, FlySky, and without a receiver as well. And I forgot the props. They're the GemFan Tri-Blade 2023 props. The camera is the Caddx Ant, not the light version because it's got the screw hole over there. XT30 for a battery connection. We can see here we've got a 3D printed battery mount, which I typically tear these off, but I didn't in this case. The two pieces of foam here go on either side and give us a little bit of additional battery security. In the accessory bag, I did get an extra battery tray, and I believe it is the same size. Looks the same size to me. Also in the accessory bag, a little screwdriver, and an extra set of props. Extra set of that foam that goes by your battery tray. Prop remover. We've got some gummies, some extra screws, some really long screws there too, and some nylon nuts. The silver screws that came in mine are substantially longer than stock, so that's a bit curious. Also in my box is this extra canopy, which this is made for the old SD recording HD cameras, so that's a bit curious as well. Also in the box, 2 sheets of stickers. That's the Crux 3, and this is the box. But it doesn't really fit down inside with the battery tray on the bottom. And it ships without the battery tray attached, so you have to do that work yourself. It weighs just a touch under 40¼ grams. I flew it on this RDQ branded GNB 525 2S battery, and with that battery comes in just a touch under 70 grams. Motor post to motor post, I'm getting just about 90 millimeters. First, a slight confession. Some of you have seen part of this flight already. If you saw the HD0 goggle review, yeah, this was in there. I've also updated my flight background to reflect the fact that I am using the HD0 goggles. One of the questions I get pretty regularly after that review is, are they going to be your daily goggles? And if I'm not flying DJI, yep, they are. That's the short answer there. So if you're interested in the HD0 goggles, currently pre-order. Price could come up though. Of course, you know, they had that $105 savings for pre-order, kind of trying to encourage pre-order. I mean, obviously, I think that's the sales tactic behind those. You can check out that video, or I'll put a link down in the video description to the HD0 goggles on their website. Remember, it does not come with an analog module. You have to buy that additionally. Also, it doesn't come with an analog receiver. Just like most goggles outside of, well, I guess most Fat Shark goggles, because SkyZone includes them, and then the budget goggles also include them. So at any rate, back to the Bass line. I think when you'll notice some of the harder turns, especially in the sound, if you're listening closely, if you can drain out my voice out of your ears, that there is a little bit of a tune correction I think we can make. Don't get it twisted, don't get it wrong. It's not terrible. It's just not Happy Model's best tune that they've put on one of their quads. There's just I think it might be just a little bit too high a D. Of course, I didn't tinker with that. Oftentimes people will see videos 2 months later and say, did you change the tune? No, I didn't. Quite honestly, I don't revisit too many of these quads outside of an occasional flight, and definitely it's really rare that I revisit them, say, 3 to 6 months later. And retuning isn't something that I enjoy, so it's not something I do. I would rather build something else that I've kind of had my eye on, or just take one of my favorite quads out, which is the TKS Rocket Race from Jax 3D Printing. Link down in the description as well. That is my favorite 2S flyer. But this flies well, but not as well as my TKS Rocket Race 2S. But this has an advantage in the fact that it has a larger motor and a larger motor dimension. And I think, and I kind of alluded to that in my intro, I bet Happy Model has got an HD edition of this probably cooking, and it'll probably be coming out soon. So if you're flying Walksnail or DJI, or maybe that canopy's in there for O3 inclusion. I don't have O3 goggles, or the goggles too, so if that's the case, I don't know if I'll be even seeing those or not. But it was a little bit odd to get that extra canopy in there, knowing that the TKS Rocket Race really doesn't have enough room for that second layer stack. But that was the end of our flight for the most part. I found in 525 is pretty much our sweet spot for being able to get a pretty solid, at least 2.5 minutes of pretty good flight time. In this case, I got almost 3 minutes at 2 minutes and 52 seconds, and you can see there on the left, our battery is at 3.58 volts per cell. Okay, so I didn't get to it during the flight, but so a lot of people will ask me the comparison between this. This is the TKS Rocket Race. This is my favorite analog micro quad, and it's one I've got like 5 of these because I just don't want to ever be without it, because it is a lot of fun. I know it's not for most people, or it's not for some people that prefer HD.
So if you want HD on yours, the best recommendation I can have to get something like this is either buy something like the Bassline frame and stack up your HD. Probably Walk Snail. I don't know how the Link or Vista would handle the extra weight. You could go naked, that would make it a whole lot better, but I've flown some of those, didn't really, I'm a performance snob. I'm looking for the performance that I like. But at any rate, I'm getting long in the tooth here already. So this is my favorite quad, and I think most people who follow the channel closely will ask me about the Bassline or Bassline and the Flywoo Nano 20. I would say these are kind of equal, and they're both about 10% off in both directions of the Rocket Race. So they're not quite there. I would say they're 90% there in one way or another. This one, in my estimation, has got a little bit too much weight, and this one, not enough motor. Speaking of the motors, the 1002 motors, they work in this configuration pretty well, but I think we need more manufacturers to make 1102 motors. Not 1002 motors. I think 0802 motors handle our 40mm props really well. 1102 motors handle bi-blades and allow us to run tri-blades really well. And you're probably asking, why do they have 1103s? Because Happy Model stopped making the 1102 motors. To my knowledge, the only current manufacturer of 1102 motors is HGLRC and their Aeolus line. And they do make an 1102 10,000 kV if you're looking to make a TKS Rocket Race. So that's an aside of the Bassline. Let's get back down to the desk and let's go over some finer points of this. Before we get down to the desk, some people are going to ask me about this quad. I've got a really long tooth video on it. The problem is getting those motors. You have to move over to the HGLRC Aeolus motors. I posted the video May 21st, 2021, and I asked just about every manufacturer that talked to me to make something like this, but nobody really has. One of my standard cautions about these is, you know, the cube frames, which I'm not against by any stretch, so let's not get it twisted. The cube frames have a little bit more of a propensity to get stuck in our bushes and our trees. So that's something to be aware of if you're out flying your local park or something. You know, we've got these other voids that we might not with just armed quads that can get little branches. Matter of fact, in this particular case, because they branch out into each area, we could get branches in there. So that can make it challenging if you get stuck up high. But if you're a mountain climber or arborist, maybe it's not such a big deal for you. But it's always something I think about, and I don't get stuck in trees that much, but I see a lot of people get stuck in trees online. Happy Model stepped up their game a little bit with doing some marketing on their frames. So we've got some screen printing on the frame, and that's nice to see. We've got motor protection out here, so that's really nice. I know a lot of people get concerned about bashing their motors, and that is a valid concern. So they've added the little corners out here. We've got some pretty, did I measure the thickness of the frame? I don't think I did. Oops. By the way, it looks like we've got 2mm thick carbon. If you're curious on the Rocket Race, it's 2.5mm thick. Does that mean I'm concerned about the durability? No, not really. I got a little crash reel here with sound because I'm running those HD0 goggles, and I'll include that now.
Oh, jeez. I wanged it. Nope, I'm stuck in the grass, too. Shoot. Oh, I almost saved it. Nope, that's not going to work. Oh, what cheese.
So yeah, I put it through its paces, my typical paces over flying it for a number of days. A lot of my testing with HD0 goggles and analog came outside with this particular quad, and that's why you saw it in that review video. You know, I don't turn over one-day reviews. I don't go fly something for an afternoon and call it good and fetch out some
sort of footage that I can post. I want to fly it, get a feel for it, so I can give you my best possible experience with it. So the frame, as you can already see, is fully intact, even with those whacks that it did take. One note that I didn't pull off in the beginning, I added this zip tie relief to the battery lead. That's something that I wish Happy Model would do. I even noted that they typically include, don't they include normally 2 zip ties, 2 small zip ties in their accessory bag, but I didn't see it in this one. So in this particular case, I highly recommend give yourself a little wiggle in your battery lead wires and then zip it down to one of these arms with a small zip tie. That can help potentially save any sort of battery slippage. Although I will say, this battery mount, it did work out very well. One, I didn't rip it off. I've ripped off a number of these 3D printed battery trays that are bottom mounted a number of times over the years. It is obviously pretty tight, getting this 525 in there. 450s also work. My favorite Nanotech 45 to 90C, which C rating is mumbo jumbo, but it's a good way you can identify the battery. It does fit in here nice as well, but this doesn't have the efficiency of the Rocket Ray, so I had to go to a much larger battery, and hence the weight that is the difference between how those two fly. But this is the size of battery I would recommend if you're asking me, or if you got 450s on hand, they'll be fine too. It is kind of interesting that we've got 2 down screws and then 2 up screws, and you may have noticed here before we cut away to watch the crash reel that this nylon nut has come up on this screw, so that's one of those things that you're going to have to check on a regular basis to make sure your screw or your nuts aren't coming up off the quad or the canopy or the screw to where you end up with some sort of component flyaway or getting into prop, and then you end up in a bad crash or in a bad situation up in a tree. And then down here in the bottom, we've got we've got our nuts on those 2 sides, and then we've got our Phillips screws. The motors take Phillips screws down here. We haven't seen hex heads, although I did buy some off of eBay. They didn't work out very well. They were mismachined, I think. But they also have a little bit of a design factor here when it comes to the frame. Instead of it just being a random, typical cube shape that's all straight, we highlighted the motor mounting. And also, if you're looking at building this frame up, 1104s, I'm a little bit concerned about the 2mm thick frame if you put 9x9 mounting and 1104s on that, because that really jumps the weight up a little bit. You get more weight out on the end. Maybe it's going to be fine. It's relatively thick, especially in this center section, and these are just kind of cross brace sections, so it could be fine. But time will tell as people decide to go with, if they choose to go with this frame and build it out. Just one of those things. I guess I throw out a lot more caution about certain things that I see rather than telling you to do it or to not do it or it'll be safe. I can't say it this time, so it's a concern for me. The USB-C is off the carbon fiber. That's one of those things is your canopy gets hit when you take various tumbles, like I showed you in that video. If the USB is too close to the carbon, it'll bonk, 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 and then one day it just falls off, and then you've got no USB access, and that's bad. Always check your screws before the flights. Make sure your motors are nice and solid down there. Make sure that the bell hasn't slipped down or the motors haven't wiggled their screws loose. Do your pre-flight checks as you always should. I don't mention that enough, but it's one of the things that can catch us out in this hobby is we don't do our pre-flight checks. Even little things like making sure your camera connector's in there. Obviously, if you fly this FPV, you put your goggles on and goes, "Where's my camera?" And then the connectors come loose. That's pretty rare, but it can happen. VTX is over here on the UFL, which is a nice thing. That means if you need to change out your antenna for any particular reason, maybe you fly with others and you don't want to blow them out of the air or cause them any sort of signal difficulties, or you're in a high multipath like metal building or something like that, going with a circular polarized antenna will probably help in those situations, and you can just get another one with the UFL. We've got a screw with our Caddx Ant camera on each side, so you can adjust your camera angle full up and down, but there's essentially no camera protection. There's only camera protection from the sides. So full on, dead on, you're going to smack the camera, you're going to break the lens, and need a new camera. Thankfully, the Caddx Ant cameras, aren't those around $15? Or did they jump in price recently? I'll need to look that up, but it's a very good light nano camera, especially if you don't like the Runcam Nano 3. Press-on props, should call that out as well, press-on props, but 1103 motors and these props do have the ability to take screws. So one of the things that I find that can happen even on my TKS Rocket Race with 1102s is that the shaft will get loose, and then you've got to screw the prop down into the bell top or the bell housing in order to keep that motor operating. So if you end up with a motor that just doesn't really spin, or maybe it twitches, maybe it looks like it's failed, check to make sure that when you turn the prop, that this down here turns, and if it doesn't turn, that means it's probably slipping on the prop shaft. So use some prop screws, probably, what are they, 5mm screws, and screw those down to the belt, and you'll be off the races again. Of course, don't just do that to one motor. I suspect that could throw our balance off and cause Betaflight to freak out. I haven't done that myself. When I've added screws to one motor, I go ahead and do it to all three. You guys tell me, if you add motor screws to one motor, what happens? Does Betaflight just compensate for it? Because Betaflight's really good at compensating for stuff nowadays. Tell me down in the comment section below, please. I'm curious about that. Got motor connectors for easier swapping. If you want to go higher performance, one of the things that high performance people tend to do is remove the connectors and solder the wires. Gives you a little bit more electrical throughput to the motors, especially if you have had several connections in and out with those connectors. They might wear down like our PH20 connectors do. As I said in the beginning, this does come with FrSky. This also comes in Express LRS. FlySky is also an option on this particular board, or you can get it without a receiver and you can add your own. Maybe you like Crossfire, maybe you like DSMX or Spectrum. You can do that on here as well too. To all those that follow the channel so closely, I appreciate it, but this is still my favorite. Both of these are 90% of the way there, but none of them are quite where this one is. The Bassline does come with those different options as far as the receiver goes. I didn't mention it initially in the quick specs, but the 400mW VTX is OpenTX, so that has some additional features that we don't find in many of our other analog VTXs. We've got basically the same lead developer that we have for Express LRS doing OpenTX as well. I see on the Banggood website, which is the only website I was able to find this on outside of AliExpress, which AliExpress might be a better option because of pricing. Oftentimes AliExpress Marketplace, they're competing for price. Banggood listed it at $125.99. That's about what you kind of expect nowadays. You know, we used to expect this quad for $98. Then it was $110. Well, now we're at $125.99. I'll look on AliExpress and hopefully I can find one maybe closer to $115. Maybe. If you're interested in this, I'll have links down in the video description below. If you have any comments, questions, I already posed a few questions already, or suggestions about the Bassline from Happy Model, please let me know in the comment section below. I appreciate your time. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, today we are taking a look at the DraShark from HGLRC. Yeah, Dra as in dragon and shark as in, well, kind of looks like a shark, right? Anywho, it's a 1S Micro from HGLRC, and one of the things that I kind of did extra in this video is I flew it inside, which I don't recommend because it is open prop, could hurt people or your furniture or something, but I wanted to take another look at this camera because to me, this camera is different than any other camera I've seen, and it may be something that those that like to build whoops or fly whoops, or you're called an iGal, you might want to see how this looks inside. It's running Sector 1002 21,000 kV motors on GemFan 40mm bi-bladed props. The all-in flight controller is a HGLRC Zeus board, which does have the ESC flight controller and VTX, and potentially the ELRS receiver, which if you order that particular version would come on here as well. And they say this camera is the Caddx camera, which I'm not so sure about that. I've never seen this lens on a Caddx camera. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. By the way, the VTX goes from 25mW to 100mW to 200mW. And of course, I start out in low power mode, which is 25mW, and I go up to 200mW in my flight video as soon as I arm. And the ESC on that all-in-one flight controller that I failed to draw that out is 5 amps, with peak being 7 amps for 10 seconds. It does have a 3D printed battery tray down here to hold your batteries. And of course, the Shark up here is 3D printed as well. This is an area where I think they could have saved some weight. Wouldn't have been as much marketing fun to have a DraShark, but a standard canopy that's plastic molded, I suspect comes in at probably a gram, if not more, less than this 3D print. And you can see my T-style antenna and my Crossfire Nano receiver down inside there, which means I'm flying it with my Tango 2, which is not my preferred radio. I don't feel like the gimbals are as smooth and as nice as my AG01s and the Zoros that I use. but it came with Crossfire, so I gotta fly it with Crossfire. Inside the box, you get an extra set of props. And this is the size of the box. The plastic inner shell, the foam for shipping in the box, quality control card, safe flight card with a QR code on the back, and prop direction card. It weighs 31.5 grams. Of course, this one's going to be a little bit heavier than the ExpressLRS version because it has a separate Crossfire Nano receiver. I tended to use these GNB 550 milliamp red labeled batteries, and yeah, it is the A30 connector that is on this. With the 550 milliamp GNB battery comes to 44.75 grams. I did also test this Weebly FPV 450 with BT20. Yep, the A30 that's on this is compatible with BT20, although the BT20 is a little bit fussy or harder to get out of that E30 connector, but it does go together. It comes in at just over a touch over 43 grams. Carbon fiber is 1.5 millimeters thick, and motor post to motor post I'm getting 75 millimeters. Battery tray looks to be about 16 millimeters wide. These batteries fit, so 5 millimeters, 5.82 millimeters deep, or thick, or tall, that away. Okay, so we do have some pretty good winds, 11 to 14 miles an hour for the most part, but I did notice, like, if you walk around on the yard, you don't feel much of the winds, just from my head height down to my feet. You know, of course, when you get up above the house, like we do the punch outs, the winds are going to hit this. And of course, it doesn't weigh very much, so it is one of those things that if you're out in the open and you have high winds, you're probably going to need to be careful. Also, I did update my HD0 goggles, which I am using. I am using what is recommended, especially for those of us that do fly quite a bit of analog, and I am seeing the deinterlacing not work quite as well as I expected. I'm seeing the OSD kind of jump up and down. That's kind of old school DVR stuff. So if you're comparing this DVR to other DVR, unfortunately it's not going to look as smooth, and that is probably due to that updated firmware and how it's functioning with the DVR. Because especially if you go back to where I'm not flying around, you can really see the OSD elements jumping up and down. So I think that's something in a future update for HD0 they will get rectified. And I do know that just the other night they did publish a new recommended firmware because they have some new HD0 products come out. I don't know if there's anything in there for analog or DVR, but I'll check that out and hopefully be able to get back to the standard that I ran for so many months on that DVR. So this on, when you're just idling this, you know, air mode on and you arm it, it is almost dead quiet. But when you get in the air and you start to rev up those 21,000 kV motors, you start to hear that bi-blade scream. So that's something to take note of, is it's not going to be silent. You could, of course, fly this in most spaces, and if you were to have someone that got upset with you, show it to them, and because it's so tiny, small, and maybe cute, sharks can be cute to some people, dragons are cute to more people, maybe. Maybe they'll let you have a pass or something like that. I missed the chimney punch a few times. The third time, I actually do about what I was looking to do. I kind of just punch it up there and just see what happens all the time when I'm flying these different quads. And sometimes it comes out looking nicely and smooth, and other times I just off. HGLRC, as well as any other company, if you're making micros and you want to get my number one advice, adjustable camera angle, please, always. This actually took me more flights to get used to the camera angle. It's not terribly far off from where I might fly normally, but if I had adjustable camera angle, I would have felt right at home right away. There's some moves I had troubles with that I had to kind of almost retrain at the different camera angle, and they don't kind of pull off quite the same. Of course, I guess I should blame the radio I'm using as well, because it's not my daily flyer either. I did change the battery warning to where it suited what I thought it needed to be at for my purposes. You know, when I try to end the flights, I want to land, disarm, and I want to see the battery at or recover to 3.5 volts. Which we do see in this flight, and that is why I'm showing you this flight. There were some other flights where I flew too long, and other flights yet that I didn't fly it long enough, and so I had way too much battery left over by the time I got back to my landing spot. Of course, with these 1S batteries, they recover a fair bit, not as much as they used to because we've gotten more efficient connectors, like the A30, like the BT20, like the GNB27. All those connectors help in decreasing the battery sag that we suffer with in PH20, and our batteries have improved a little bit as well. You may have noticed some bobbles there. I came in kind of flat after that kind of loopy thing over the tree, and that's partly pilot error with the bobbles, but I did notice, you can call that prop wash as well, or oscillations. I did notice as you get on the lower end of the battery, and this is pretty normal, that it struggles to control the prop as much with the lower voltage, especially in those quick response times where you're trying to handle prop wash. So, something to take note. Also, the current meter down there at the bottom. I added that. It's obviously not calibrated and it's way off. So the bottom middle section, that is not useful data. Unfortunately, that is not calibrated and it's way off. But you can see we're coming in for the landing, and as I finally hit the button to disarm, we're going to get 4 minutes and 16 seconds of that particular flight style with that red G&B 550 milliamp battery, and our battery is going to recover to 3.51 volts eventually, as I give it enough time here at the end of the recording. Alright, here's some inside flight sample just to take a secondary look at the camera. I know HGLRC's website says this is from Caddx, but I have not seen a Caddx camera with that tiny little lens. I do want to kind of pluck it out of there to see what it weighs, but I at the very least thought I would show it to some of my Whoop friends who might be interested in this particular camera, because I would expect that this comes in somewhere around that 1.5 grams nature, which is one of those markers for Whoop cameras that we really kind of look at as lightweight, but yet nice to look at cameras. At least nice as we can get with as low as weight we can get. So even though this is called the Drag Shark, the materials on this is Baby Shark 16, so we're reusing a little bit, looks like there. At least this early production run. I think this is one of the areas where they could have given us more performance by decreasing our weight a little bit. I'm always kind of a weight snob when it comes to these things. Of course, you might have your own preference, whether it be flight time or looks or durability or whatever. I go for flight performance and then durability second. Anywho, one of the things that I think we could save weight on is this Shark. I think we could have a standard canopy or a new canopy that HGLRC could design with a plastic mold that would probably save us 1 gram. These have like screwed in brass fittings in the front and the back in order to keep this down. I did have crashes, of course. This is very small, this is very light, and our yard is doing quite well, so only the crash that ended up on the cement would be any sort of a durability test, which I can show you that in the top left-hand corner. But otherwise, all my crashes were like off. I didn't get on the throttle hard enough from coming down from a punch-out, so I landed in the grass, and at very worst, it was just sitting nose down and was touching the dirt. I did have one particular crash that I had some mud on here from it, and getting far enough through the grass to hit the mud. But something like this isn't going to hit the deck, at least the grass in my yard, very hard. So durability has not been fully tested very well, even though I've had 40 flights on this particular thing. Out of the box, this thing was leaning over here to the left, and I was like, oh boy. So I tried just manipulating it by turning these things to see if I could get it to stay upright. That did not work. So I ended up using my heat gun, blowing it some heat in this general area, trying not to get it on the camera lens. You got to be careful about getting heat on the camera lens, because if that's plastic, very likely you'll melt that, or at least it'll get messed up one way or another. So I was trying to just get heat back in this general area, and then I would just kind of lean it over a little bit, and it did end up straightening up quite a bit. So that's one of those things to be aware of, that if you were to order one, it could come bent one way or another because of the packaging and the antenna. It's just not quite tall enough. You can see it's about the same size as the box, so it's going to bend one way or another. So be prepared to straighten that out, and don't get heat on critical components like grommets or nylon lock nuts or the lens of the camera or your props or what have you. Do it right away. Just something to be aware of. A couple other little tiny notes. I talk about this quite a bit. They kind of threaded it through as far as the holes in their frames in order to be able to get through the motor connectors. The wires on these are pretty sharp, or pretty short, excuse me. So if you want to use these models on a larger build, you would probably have to bend your connectors out, or get an all-in-one flight controller that the connector comes out of the board off, in order to build something that maybe ran a little bit bigger prop. Say you wanted to go to a 2-inch bi-blade. These motor wires are pretty short here, so that might not work unless you get the right all-in-one flight controller. USB is not touching the carbon fiber, which is good. And you see we've got the traditional Phillips screws on our motors, and then hex-headed screws in all the other places. I did have this apart because I had to get to the crossfire button, which I probably could have done by using a small hex driver and just kind of poked it down through there right next to the UFL for this, in order to start the binding procedure for crossfire. That's another area that could differ in my flight versus other flights you may see, is that they do have this all-in-one flight controller with it, and with the Express LRS built into the board with the little cube antenna. That would probably save us
gram and a half to if not 2.5 grams by having the built-in receiver. So you would have more flight time, more performance, more agility by decreasing the weight just from choosing the Express LRS version. So Angry Dawn brought up a good point about these 1002 motors, and that some 1002 motors are using flat magnets versus curved magnets. And when I compare them, I cannot hardly tell a difference. Let me grab one that I'm told uses a flat magnet and put it here next to this one just to see if we can see any difference. Looks to be an air gap difference, but when it comes to the magnets, I can't tell the difference. But I did think that these Scepter or Spectre motors on the HDLRC were nice and smooth, and of course we got 4 minutes of flight time. Excuse me while I zoom out. Sorry, I forgot I was so zoomed in. I thought these motors were nice and smooth, and I also thought they performed well in this particular configuration with this weight. Of course, if you want to run tri-blades on this, you want to run bigger props. I don't know how these particular motors perform, although I am interested in trying them out. Because I have done quite a bit of 1002 and 1003 testing, not with the widespread of brands that we now have, so I'm looking to do that. But not looking to make videos on them, because that's one of the tedious things, is that the motor companies will want a video about their motor. Well, I just want to try them out and see what preference I have and make a video about that motor. I don't want to show them all. I know that's being greedy, but that's just the way it is. Again, you can use G&B A30 or BT20 connectors on this A30 connector, but you cannot use G&B 27 connectors on this A30 connector for the Draft Shark. I would like to see motor wire tape still on this, even though it's very short. That gives me some security when it comes to tumbling through a bush or a tree, that if we have a little bit of motor wire tape on there, that we won't be pulling that loose. Hopefully, it will keep a branch from getting between there. But with it threaded through, the gaps are pretty small, but that's something to take note of. I do hope and wish that some companies start to put some sort of zip tie on this. I know these are light, and I know the batteries are very light, but this battery tray is 3D printed, and it just kind of has some hooks. It pulls off quite easily, as you can probably see there. And so you could get some force pulling on your battery lead. So I would recommend taking a zip tie, putting it right through there in order to secure your battery lead to the flight controller. Of course, you don't want that taut. You don't want to make it tight between the flight controller and where you're zip tying it to the frame. You want that to be relatively loose so that the vibrations don't go up that wire into your flight controller. Of course, if you zip tie and you start to see flight problems, cut the zip tie off, start over and try again. Now, something that caught me off guard a little bit was the price. HDLRC is selling this quad, not this configuration, the one with the Express LRS version, for $109.99. I don't know that we've seen a micro at that price range for a while, but again, you know, I turned another year older here recently, so maybe my memory is getting even worse. But $109, that was lower than I expected. I expected to see $129, at the very lowest $119. So that's something to consider with this, is that it is less expensive than at least I thought. And thinking back to a few products that we've recently seen in the same category from Flywoo, quite a bit less. But there's no adjustable camera angle, and you got to live with the camera as it is, because you're probably not going to be able to swap that out unless you get some wire cutters out and start chopping that up, or you just mount a new canopy of your own choosing. But I thought this was a lot of fun. I enjoy the micros, of course. I have a bias for micros, if you're not familiar with the channel. My favorites are probably Whoops, because I can fly them inside and outside. When it comes to outside flight, especially close proximity outside flight, like at a playground or something like that, these little 1S micros can be loads of fun. Of course, I showed you in the video, you can still punch them up over the house or do a chimney dive or whatever sort of highfalutin maneuvers you might have in your bag of tricks. I try to show you the ones that I've got that are kind of mid, as the kids would say. But that is the Draft Shark from HDLRC. And if you do have any comments, questions, suggestions, or otherwise, please let me know in the comment section below. HDLRC, include a sticker, huh? I didn't get to say stickers. I appreciate your time. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, today we are taking a look at a brand new company to the FPV space, specifically the microspace, YMZ FPV, and they have this little quad called the Lightning One. Now, unfortunately for you digital flyers, Right now, this is only available in analog, but I think a fair number of us still fly analog relatively regularly. Myself, I fly analog probably 60 to 70% of the time still. So if you like analog and you like micros, let's take a look. So what YMZ FPV is, I would call them as an assembler rather than a manufacturer. Sure, they made the aluminum mount, which I believe that is aluminum, but they're using parts from other well-known vendors. The primary being the Happy Model X12. This particular version is Express LRS. You can get it with TBS Crossfire, but TBS stuff has been pretty hard to get a hold of, so Express LRS is probably the way to go if you can. This has the 12 amp ESC, and you can see my little cube antenna right there, as well as the 400 milliwatt VTX. They're using the 1003 RC and power. 10,000 kV motors is what they have printed on their website, but to me, in my eyes, zoomed in here with the camera, that looks like 14,000 kV. So that's a question I've asked. And on those motors are the Gemfan Tri-Bladed 2023 props. FPV camera is the Caddx Ant. Flight controller has the 90-degree angled sort of connectors on it. The carbon fiber has got this coating all over it. That's why when it comes to carbon fiber, I don't really read the weave, because the weave can be any old which way. It doesn't tell you anything about the actual layering of the carbon fiber. And this one, for some skinny arms, it's pretty stiff. Pretty happy with this carbon fiber. There is no motor wire tape. If you're familiar with the channel, I oftentimes talk about motor wire tape, and in this case, I think it's especially useful. That's something else I think they should do. The battery mount is 3D printed. There is two, and I did fly it both ways, with one, as you see here, and two, one on the front, one in the back. And I found that the battery, it held better with two, but you can fly it each way. In the flight footage you'll see, I did use this G&B 550 milliamp red labeled 2S battery. The Lightning one with one battery holder is 47.8 grams. If we add the secondary battery holder, it weighs 48.62 grams. And with that 550 milliamp 2S G&B red labeled battery, it is 77.38 grams. Carbon fiber is 2mm thick. This aluminum up here is 4mm thick. Arms look to be 5mm wide, and motor post to motor post, I'm getting about 92mm. And if you're comparing it to my favorite 2S Micro, which is a build that I did 3 years ago now, I think, it weighs a fair bit more. The Rocket Race comes in at almost 35 grams. The metal uprights weigh 8.14 grams. If you choose to remove some of the extraneous pieces, which aren't entirely necessary, but necessary in one particular case we'll discuss later, you can save 3.41 grams. You're not going to save all that weight. Again, we'll explain that later. It comes with a Phillips and a hex-headed screwdriver. I got some extra props, but it's hard to tell if you'll get extra props from what they say on the website, because this was sent for review. But I'll ask them to send at least one full set. And I already mentioned, but you do get two battery holders. YMZ FPV is a new company, and because it's a new company, I sent them a number of questions a few days ago, not that long ago, and I know that they have read those questions, and they did respond saying that they would get back to me. A lot of my questions were about what you expect. Warranty, implementing that warranty, purchase, how long it's going to take to get to you, and they have some of that covered now on their website, but we'll go over that in this video as well. By the way, they don't have a support section populated with the diff and dump, so if you're looking for that, the PID tune of this, I think, is pretty good. That will be linked in a folder down in the video description, but if you're watching this way down in the future, go ahead and go to their page. Hopefully they have their own diff and dump for this and any other quad that they might come up with. So if you're interested in this, I'll have those responses as well as links to where you can look at this in all of its glory down in the video description and the first pinned comment. Okay, so let's start with some weather data. 92 degrees, according to what I looked up. It seemed like it was cooler than that. But we have a little bit of wind, but it's pretty mild. 7 to 9 miles an hour on the wind. I could feel the wind with its direction being out in the yard because I did go crash a number of times on this particular day. This is actually one of my last 2 days flying it. If you're familiar with the channel, you know that I fly these things. I tend to fly them over the course of a week to 10 days, so I get a bunch of different flights in them. So I can get comfortable with them, so I can give a good sort of analysis of my opinion on the quad, as well as some reliability of the overall quad. You know, without some crashes, what sort of review is it? And I did have plenty of crashes, and I'll have a short crash reel. It's kind of tedious to pick out the crashes, but I will have a crash reel here at the end of the video. And one of the things that surprised me out of the box, at this weight, with 1003 motors, I did not have high hopes, and I was pleasantly surprised. That move around the tree, that Whirly Bird thing, that wasn't my best. But we're going with this flight because I've already got it ready to go. I have tried these motors. I tried these motors on 3 different props. Some Gemfan Lumineer bi-blades that are 2-inch. These Gemfan 23 props, as well as some, I think they're 55mm press-on props that were bi-blades. And I just could not get a good tune out of it. So kudos to YMZ for doing something I couldn't. Some of you are probably going, well, you can't tune anyways. Well, I wouldn't claim to be a great tuner, but I've been successful in the past. But it flies really nicely. And at this weight, you get that extra huckability. Of course, it decreases your flight time. It means you have to bank more on hard speed turns. But you get that huckability of flicking it over something. And if you fly, like kind of what I do around that tree with kind of hands horizontally, or you do punch outs like I do around the chimney or something like that, that huckability comes into play there. And I sure hope they stick with these 14,000 kV motors, because if they go drop down to 10,000 kV, well, you'll get more flight time. That top-end speed or top-end pop that you'll have, when I do hear back from them on that subject, I will certainly let you know with the information down in the video description with a link to the product, as well as the first pinned comment, because I think the questions I pose to them are going to be important, because we want to make sure that the company's going to be around and we can go to them reliably, and they have filled out a little bit of information on the warranty and support areas, so we'll go over that here after a bit. But again, at this weight with these motors don't save any weight over 1102s, so don't be swayed by that. It's just 1102 motors. Quite honestly, it looks like they've fallen out of favor for some manufacturing reason. We just don't see a lot of them. Yeah, you can go find them, but getting 1102 motors, there's just not a lot of them out there. So some of these companies have been going to 1002 and 1003 motors. So something to consider, but we do all the typical things so you can diagnose the pit tune. This also has the opportunity, in my opinion, to be a top-mounted battery. So if you like micros with a battery on the top of the quad, I think we can do that just by removing a few simple pieces, and we'll go over that here at the desk. I do have a crash reel, if I didn't mention that already, that we'll be showing back at the desk as well. Flight. We've ended our flight. 3:04 on the flight time. Battery comes in at 3.55 volts per cell. Off of me. They're everywhere. Okay, so the first thing I want to cover is we do need to have some sort of motor wire tape. So one of the things they do to make it look nice is they twist it like here, and you'll kind of notice on this one and this one, I took at least one of those twists out so that the motor's connectors would stay in there more appropriately. What happens when you don't have one of these connected is one motor doesn't spin up, and then if you're like me and you're on the table and you arm, you just fall off the table because one motor's not spinning. You can't fly with 3 motors. Something else that I found was that if you look here on the bottom, I have this particular motor has different screws. Now, I had screws on hand. These are M1.4. I believe they're 3mm thick. These might be 4mm thick. I did have 2 of the screws that came out. I laced them. And as this motor was loosening up, I had some runaway issues. At first, I didn't know why it was. I'd been on many flights over several days, and I didn't notice any issues. And all of a sudden, one day I go out to fly, and I got runaway issues. So eventually, I figured that out, that I had lost some motor screws, and this motor was actually just kind of out here flopping around. So I did ask them to send some extra motor screws, as well as the screws that go to mount the everything else besides the motors, because I did lose one screw. Can we see it right down in there? You can see where one screw head is missing from this piece that holds the antenna holder. I did lose one of those screws as well when I was out flying. So some extra screws would be necessary. Now, I showed you where you could save some weight, and by removing this piece, this aesthetic piece here, and you can see it's kind of gnarled up from my crashes, and then this antenna as well as the spoiler. I think they all kind of serve a purpose that's functional. One would be to protect the antenna from getting too scrunched, but you can see mine is scrunched up a little bit already. But I think we could just run the antenna out back, and we could use the old zip tie and shrink wrap. So run a zip tie around here, maybe even pin down your battery lead, which would be a good idea as well. And then just have the antenna sticking out. This piece or this piece, one of those 2 pieces you're going to need in order to hold these 2 pieces kind of together, to keep them from splitting apart or keep them from bearing down on the carbon fiber when you do have one of those sideways crashes where it catches one of these pieces. So we're going to have to not be able to save all that weight, but we can get rid of these fins, or you can get rid of the spoilers by, snipping those off with your wire snips. I think those would work. You may have to do something else a little bit more creative because it's going to get tough to get down in here with your wire snips. So those are things that I thought they could save some weight. Now, obviously, this particular one doesn't have HD. We don't have a walk-snail version or an HD0 version. I do think with a slight modification, they could come forward. They may be playing it conservatively at this time because they are new. This is their first product to entry. They may be waiting to see, how people feel about this particular quad. How does, sales go? Because that's always king when it comes to products and them being continued to be manufactured. Again, with the build, so tape on here. That's one thing I suggest. If you don't have some tape, I would suggest you get some. Especially with micros, it's really, really handy. That tape on here will help keep the motor wires in my estimation. I did mention it briefly, but this battery lead, I talk about this all the time. We need to secure this down. How I would do it would be to run a zip tie through there and then zip tie the battery lead down to this piece of carbon. You're probably going to have to take the canopy pieces apart because the antenna is up here and the camera's plugged in. You'll probably have to unplug the camera in order to get the canopy far enough away to where you can get the zip tie not around that capacitor. And it doesn't look like anything is printed on that capacitor, so I can't tell you what the microfarads or voltage of that is. If you couldn't tell, XT30 for your battery connection, and it is running Betaflight 4.4, and I've got the diff and the dump down in the video description down below. I think there's also an opportunity to just save overall weight or to really make a different style off of this one, and I haven't suggested them to YMZ FPV yet. I do think they could make something a more traditional style of micro by taking this carbon fiber, modifying it a little bit to just not have the carbon fiber cable in and the front end, and then not use the metal. It looks nice, but it's a weight penalty that we have. Well, I shouldn't say a weight penalty. It depends on how you want to fly. If you like the huckability of a micro having a few extra grams, what is it, like 8 or 9 grams more than this particular one, then you might enjoy that more. But they could make a light version and do something more like this by just modifying their carbon fiber and then having some sort of 3D printed canopy, similar to this Newbie drone canopy, and mount the camera up here. And they've got a whole new product to fit a different sort of market segment within the micros. It's an option that they can take advantage of, but they might not choose to. I don't know at this stage. If you couldn't tell already, you can see that the camera is nearly protected by these two metal pieces. If you look at it real closely, if I get it lined up, you'll see that the camera does bulge out of there ever so slightly, the roundness of that lens. And that's going to depend. So if you change the camera angle to where it doesn't match this angle, then you'll have an edge of the camera also exposed. But it is protected from the side, so sideways, if we hit there, we're going to have to get something right in that's narrow enough to get between this area, the props and whatnot, and get right on the camera before we actually have any sort of direct camera impact. You can see that I've got quite a bit of grass on mine and actually cleaned it up before I started recording here a little bit. Oh, they're built. I should mention this. So they build them just like I do, thankfully. You put a nut on the bottom, and then you've got your gummy for your flight controller and your vibration dampening, and then a nut on top. That way you make sure that this nut is tight down, and then it holds stiff upright. That way you don't get a lot of flight controller flopping around, and it's isolated from there. You don't want to screw these nuts down too tight, though. You want these gummies to be movable, and you don't want these connectors resting on the carbon fiber. If you do that, it introduces any sort of vibrations you're getting from the prop and the motor up through the arm into the flight controller, and then you have PID tuning issues or just flight character issues. So the Lightning One comes in at $150 if you get the Express LRS edition, which is what I've got here. You can see they've also got a TBS Crossfire version that's available. That's quite a bit more expensive at $175. Looks like they're taking PayPal, and then if you scroll down, you can find essentially all the specs you gave you. They do offer simulators if you're looking for those, and a GPS. I have a couple of those sitting here, but I have not tried it. This is not the mini-size GPS. This is the larger size M10 that you can find from many resellers, but they also have two different simulators depending upon which one you need or choose. If you need one at all, they do have those available. Something else I wanted to highlight when we're here is they do have a refund policy. We need to make sure we pay attention to that and read the print. Basically, as I read through it, that you got to get in contact with them right away. They want a picture and they want to know what the problem is. and they do stress that they will work with you to take care of the defect before they return it, and that they would resend a new one out. The shipping policy, they state this stuff here, but one of the things that, it takes 3 to 7 days after your product has been shipped. Average shipping time is 7 to 10 working days, so Monday through Friday, I presume, even though some people do work Saturdays and Sundays, they will have tracking. And then down here a little bit lower, it talks about the shipping time depending upon where you're at. Canada, for some reason, even though we're both North America, takes longer than the U.S. Australia is a little bit closer, so therefore it's a little bit quicker, as well as the UK. I did ask more specifics about this. Again, I don't have those specific responses just yet. I will link the information down in the video description, as well as the first pinned comment. This is just a quick look at the dongles. They have 2 different dongles with Express LRS, USB-A and C, and then the GPS module if you're interested in that. So if you look at the accessories tab, or the accessories page, it's pretty sparse, or I would say almost blank there. And that could be alarming for some. I did ask them about that as well. As their support section doesn't really have anything. If we go into the download section here, again, nothing here. I asked them about this as well, when they would have that updated, in order to provide you some assurance that you can get a new diff or dump, or you just want to look at the PID tube for this particular quad running these components. That is linked down in the video description. I will put both the diff and the dump into a Google folder and link it down below. Even if you look at the electronics or motors, you won't find anything here. Unfortunately, that means as of right now, you wouldn't have an option of ordering the Lightning One, as well as any additional components you might want. Maybe you want to pick up a spare motor just in case. Nope, they're not listed, and I can't envision it staying this way. I'm hopeful by the time I release this video that this will be populated. It seems to be, in my opinion, it's just an oversight, because they've got all these parts. They're putting these quads together. They've got to have them. Why wouldn't they want to sell them to you too? Of course, these parts can be picked up from a whole bunch of different resellers. So if you were to buy a Lightning One and then you had an issue where you landed in some water, so you've got to replace your all-in-one, you could go anywhere and get the Happy Model X12, which is the exact flight controller they're using. But maybe you want to buy the frame. Maybe you want to buy the frame, I said. Come on, browser, let's go. Here we go, frame. No, you can't even buy the frame if you want to build it on your own. That is, again, I think something that they will remedy, because why wouldn't they want to sell you a frame if you want to build it? Maybe you like it. Maybe you like that spoiler on the back. Maybe you just like that sort of Tesla sort of design on this thing. Maybe. Why wouldn't they want to sell you one? What company doesn't want to sell us something? So that is my review of the YMZ FPV Lightning One. I was pretty impressed. As I said, it flies nicely. No, it's not as light as my Rocket Race or some of the others in the same category, but I'm really pumped that we continue to see the 2S 2-inch market develop, because I think that one is just a really good category for those that want to fly out in your backyard or a side yard, or you have a little park across the street and you want to stay small and relatively quiet. You don't want to get those big 5-inch prop noises, so you can avoid any sort of uncomfortable occurrences out while you're enjoying your time. And with some additional weight, get some huckability to where you can flick it up over trees and it'll carry itself a little better. And it also fights the wind just a touch more, but it decreases our agility some, and it decreases our flight time some. At $150 from a new company, what do you all think? It's time for some input. This is a brand new company to FPV, and I'm sure they're going to be down there reading the comment section of this video. So if you have anything to say, if you keep it clean, I'll always leave it in there. So if you have anything to say, contribute to YMZ, other quads that you would like to see them possibly take on, leave it down in the comment section below. I appreciate your time, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone, today we're taking a look at, well, a comparison between the Pavo Pico, I've also heard it pronounced Pico, so Pico, Pavo, this one over here, and the Mobula 8 HD. Kind of dramatically different design quads, but this will just be a comparison because several people asked for it. If you want to see the full review of each individual quad, I have links down in the video description to my original reviews, where you can also find purchase links if you want to go that particular route. This took me a little longer than I had originally planned, because pretty much the day after I posted my Mobila 8 video where I had mentioned doing a comparison, I started flying it, trying to get that slow, cruisy, smooth flight, trying to get one of those low wind days, which doesn't happen much around here. But I kept trying, morning before work, noon, lunch hour, from work, after work, maybe even late evening. Really didn't get a real good one that I would want to show you, so what I've done instead, and we'll get to that, I'm kind of teasing you, I guess, I don't know, trying to describe what we're going to be seeing later on in this video. I did circles for 2 full battery packs, morning, noon, and evening on 2 days, and then I went through and I picked the best pack on the same day, so within just a few minutes flights of each other, so to get dramatically different days. And I just pulled out 1 circle. So that's those that are looking for jello. I think you'll find it in both of these outside in full sun in most wind cases. There are moments in that video where it's still. I'm kind of spoiling things, but when it comes to handling wind, neither are great at it. This Pavo Pico does have the benefit of being able to take off the prop guard and fly it without the prop guard. And that may be a best option for flying it outside and getting smooth video. Of course, the Mobila 8 does not have that as an option because the whoop protection is integral to the entirety of the quad. So let's start off with what might be a cardinal sin. I'm told on the internet that if you do FPV or quadcopter reviews and you do not have flight audio, that is lazy. But I'm going to have to ask for some forgiveness because I have either misplaced, didn't record, or otherwise our first little section of video that we'll look at, which is the Pavo Pico inside the house. I don't think we need to watch a terrible lot of inside footage, but in case, you know, I don't want to leave anyone out and anyone's concerns, although it's inevitable that there'll be someone that has a use case scenario that I won't be able to squeeze into the video. So we're going to look at a lot of different samples. I wanted to do it inside in full sunlight as well because full sunlight draws out the jello, and I'm playing it full screen. That way you can see, you know, put your face right up against whatever your viewing monitor screen and what have you is to see if there's any particular jello that you can see. I don't see it, so, and I don't see it in either case. So if we're putting these head to head, not in some sort of macho way, but just trying to compare them in a way that so you can make choices about which best suits what you want these particular quads, if you want either one of these quads, and how it will respond for what you're wanting it to do. Okay, that's about a minute of the Pavo Pico. Let's jump over to the Mobila 8. Again, slow inside and no flight audio. And as you can tell, I am doing all these flights with quick succession on the same day. That was very important to me in my testing. You'll see that my daughter sitting there at the table is wearing the same shirt and the same hairstyle and the same clothes and everything else, probably playing the same game. What is the name of that game that she plays? I might be pronouncing this wrong. Stardew Valley? It reminds me of a game that I might have played back when I was in high school when Nintendo first came out. Kind of a two-dimensional sort of game. Maybe they call those side-scrollers. I'm not certain. I don't play a lot of video games and haven't in a long, long time. But anyways, I wanted to show you another minute footage of the Mobila 8, and then we'll do our comparison, our side-by-side, which of course will have 2 smaller viewing panels. And these are those viewing panels. Now, of course, getting these synced up, I use my daughter as a sync point, but of course I'm not flying the exact same speed at the exact same time. And we'll find this as a kind of a through line with the entirety of this video is that I'm trying to do comparisons, but I can't sync the entirety up of the video, or I'm end up speeding stuff up and slowing stuff down, and that can impact how it's viewed as well. That can hide jello, or that can produce jello, or accentuate jello, or micro vibrations within the video footage, however you want to see it. Obviously, I've got the OSD on screen, so this is straight out of the goggles. No Rocksteady or EIS is a part of this, but I did want to show you a sample through the house on the same day. So these are the same flights as I showed you full screen, so we don't have to worry about me and different days on these particular flights. This is just so that you can get a side-by-side and then another minute of viewing pleasure for that. But we're going to pop outside and do our next bit outside in full bright sunlight. Okay, I'm already rolling. I'm just gonna do one pass here. It's only about 35 seconds. And one of the things that I did do in this particular section for outside when I do the comparison is I do sync time them after I show you the plain view without them synchronized. So synchronized, and then I am going to show them to you where they're, or excuse me, unsynchronized, so one will finish before the other when I do the side-by-side comparison, and then we'll do another one that is synchronized, so they'll be finishing at the same time. Hopefully you were following along. That was the Pablo Pico first, and now we've rolled right into the Mobula 8 with the O3. This one takes a little longer to go around. I don't know if it's just because wind direction or the fact that the crop protection is a little bit more substantial, so I have to push against that more, but it's probably just the fact that camera angle, yeah. You can't see the hoops in view, that's important to note, but you can move it up a notch on the mount and it won't show the hoops in view. That depends on your camera angle. So if you go negative camera angle, yeah, you're pointing the camera down at the hoops, but if you move up, and I'll show you this when we get back to the desk as well, but that's 2 circles around. Now let's do the comparison. So this is that same path, and we're going to make our circles, and these will not sync up because of the differences in speed. Obviously, I've already passed the tree on the left, and I've passed the tree in both cases now, but so we've got the Mobula 8, if you can't see that very clearly, on the left, and we've got the Pablo Pico on the right, and we're making a full circular path around, and then we'll come back and we'll do it unsynchronized as well. Of course, the video in both cases is going to run about 40 seconds. You see there the Pablo Pico finished first, so he wins the race, right? So he's the big winner. No. Just happened to be flying a little bit faster. And the Mobula 8 has now finished up, so we can move on to the side-by-side synchronized comparison, to where I try to sync these up as close as I can at the start, and then I do the time and speed duration that Adobe Premiere offers in order to speed up the slower of the two, which is the Mobula 8. So the Mobula 8, if you're watching the clock, is probably running a tick or two fast. That's as expected to try to get the footage to sync up as much as possible for a secondary, tertiary view. Just trying to be thorough so I can try to make as many people happy as I can. Okay, so if you've left the video, which I presume because I'm talking to you, you haven't. Now it's kind of my favorite part. It's where we're going to compare performance, and I was a little bit surprised by the Pablo Pico. I didn't fly it inside, as I mentioned in my other videos. I wasn't going to try to go fast inside. We go faster outside. I think this is kind of shocking. So of course this is the Mobula 8, and I've flown it inside and outside more aggressively in my original review video. If you would like to see that again, I do have that link down in the video description. So I just pulled out some of the sections of this particular flight. Again, both the Pablo Pico and the Mobula 8 again are flown on the same day, so we have as close to similar lighting conditions and wind conditions that I could, and giving them both an even sort of fair shake as far as doing a comparison. That's about as best I can do without doing them both at the same time, which having 2 pilots in the air at the same time just is not feasible, and flying 2 quads at the same time with any sort of real precision and control isn't feasible either. But that is over a minute of that performance footage. We'll let this one punch go, and then we'll go over to the Pablo Pico. Alright, here's our Pablo Pico. And then we're going to do a side-by-side comparison for this one as well, where I just pulled out the things that I do that are about the same, and I try to synchronize them so you can actually compare, like the punch out along the chimney line there. You can compare how quickly they go up. But of course the side-by-side views doesn't have flight audio. So note that Pablo Pico has a little bit of a tune issue or motor idle issue to where it wobbles when it's 0 throttle sometimes. Doesn't do it all the time. As you saw in that last one, it barely wobbled at all. So sometimes the wobble can be pretty dramatic, like that one, and sometimes it can be kind of minor, like the one where I punched from one side of the house to the other. Of course, you have to accept the risk that your O3 is out front, proud, and top center, that if you have a vicious crash, that the O3 might have some incredible to saddening damage if you want to fly these quads in this particular way, because they're not protected at all. There are some other details that we can go into back at the desk. I don't want to get too deep into them. Again, full review videos are down in the video description, but that is well over a minute and a half on the Pablo Pico. Let's go to the side-by-side comparison. And these are the tricks that I just try to pull out in time and show them to you that are very, very similar. And then when I do punch outs or something like that, I try to time them up as far as synchronizing them in the video so that you.
50万一叠好了，都是一面墙吧？
哎，等等等等，我觉得这个换个数字我可能会懂。
一个张出来，对不起，我想刚不出来。
啊，
一亿啊？
哦，
账号。
对，就是
到报
他们还没捡到。
报纸上6万。
对，先不要报纸，我的意思是，他们现价，他拿9000万，那你可以拿3000万，我可能会换他，因为刚刚的问题是99块美金跟1块美金。
哦，要不要都没差。
对。
啊。
这是人性的。
所以1亿啊，比如说他
1亿美金哦。
你疯掉了是不是？1亿美金你是要，这是军购了吧？1亿美，然后你要分到多少？就是
1000万美金。
好，就分到1亿跟1000万美金是1%吗？没有啊。1亿跟1000万。没有啊，1亿的1000万就是1亿啦。10千万。
所以其实孩子你还好吗？我可以分到1000万，那个人9000万，加起来是1亿。
那你在说什么？所以是1/10哦。他刚刚是1%哦，所以你只能分到100万美金。就是它是1亿，你可以分到100万美金。100万美金就是多少？3000多万台币耶！
我可以。
但是他拿着99，他9900万美金走哎，900，没有90，900万美金走哎，是我数学不好。啊，你还是可以接受啊，虽然你真的会获得将近3000多万，然后如果也不用缴税的话，3000多万。
是不是去抢劫他？
有税的问题吗？不是我想
是不是去抢劫他？
这没有。
趁着半夜，然后到他家，然后翻箱倒柜，找到那个金钥匙。
你确定他可以拿走那么多钱？他不会请保镖吗？他不会请一个保镖，他会请验证队的。但是哈利的意思是说，如果金额变大了，
对啊，其实会懂。
我还是会这样选。如果是在那种很单纯的游戏规则下，我还是捡到1亿，反正会拿不动那9900。哎，我虽然拿走那个100万美金。哎，其实我真的是觉得数字对我说没有差啦。我家是做会计的，对不起爸爸妈妈。
等下，那我想问，那你呢？
我吗？
对啊。
你说这个价格吗？
对啊。
1亿美金吗？
美金。
我跟他杠上了。
没有，我跟你讲，马上那个人来讲。
我当然说，
你只有选择接受或者是否决。
我告诉你，我告诉你，如果我拿着1亿，我分你1半。对啊。对啊。对不对？哎，我可以直接分你1半，我可以放60%，就最多拿到最多。
渔翁得利。
我跟你讲真的啦，但这钱我更怕吧，越大的钱我越怕，因为我会想是什么？对啊，如果毒枭来找你怎么办？
怎么跟毒品？
好，要不然那是人家绑架犯要拿的钱，然后那是人家被绑的家人好不容易筹出来的钱，然后就被你拿走了耶。
我为实际出发的目的。
理论。就是在做这样，要考虑到现实。
上次介绍完要买的东西跟电池，这次我们来介绍遥控器。在介绍遥控器之前，跟大家讲一下，我买的飞机是 XM+ 的接收器。XM+ 的接收器，信达这边有提醒我说，他有特别请厂商降版，原因是最新版的 XM+它只支援 FrSky 的遥控器，那我们买 TX16S 的话，就要请厂商降版。如果各位飞友有看影片，然后去买 XM+ 接收器的话，也同样记得要请厂商降版。当然，如果你是拿 FrSky 的遥控器的话，就是没有影响。遥控器这一边的话，刚拿到 TX16S。大家要注意什么事呢？首先，我先把它关机。这个遥控器我刚拿到的时候，它就长这样，所有拨钮都是往上面的或往下面的，然后油门是关到最低的。这时候开机的时候，遥控器才会认为说你是合理的开机，不会因为像这个拨钮啊。如果我们买 F5X 易飞的 F5X 5寸机的话，它原本就设定好拨钮旋到最下面就会开机。那开机的话，螺旋桨就会开始转，是很危险的。所以遥控器会判断说我们拨钮没有拨好，它不会成功的开机。那我现在先拨回去。那背面的部分的话，电池18650这边我们把它装上去。还有，大家如果家里有3用电表的话，3用电表选到直流电压，用3用电表针去量一下这18650的电压。那这边我大概量一下，7.57、7.58负的，因为我正负极放反，所以会是负的，不过没关系。7.57到7.58，这个大家先记起来，因为等一下可能要用到校正电压。好，我们把遥控器翻回来。那遥控器的正面的话，这个是我自己买的，装上去。因为平常遥控器很大，我们在操作的时候啊，有一个背带背在脖子上，手无名指跟小指的压力不会这么大，所以建议大家也去买一个。那接下来我们就开机，开机就按着中间的 Power， 按着，这样就打开了。那先等它念完。好，刚才这些是我自己自定义的一些画面跟声音啊，那未来可以介绍给大家。这一集主要是要谈的是遥控器要设定什么，主要设定左边这个是系统，就是按着不放，它会进入系统画面，系统的设定画面。系统设定画面要设定什么？时间稍微确定一下，还有电压，电池的电压18650的话，2颗。约略在6.4跟8.4之间是合理的电压区域。这个6.4跟8.4，也就是首页这个电池的电量。那我们再回去，再来可以调整声音跟 BB 声的声音。 我现在讲的 BB 声是遥控器的 BB 声，然后音频这些其实没什么好动的。未来大家有兴趣在能飞之后就可以来设定。那电量低的警报6.6伏，那10分钟确定一次，遥控器10分钟会去检测一次电压够不够，电压不够它就会一直有警报，这些都还好。AET 啊，这个遥控器如果大家买来是从贤哥那边买来的话，一来应该设定都会是正常的啦 ，AET 啊，也就是这4个轴向是 AET 啊。如果跟飞机的参数那一边设的不一样的话，可能会有不一样的结果，所以这边大家要注意一下。
金声剑下，苏州府的幽灵被恐灵。你今仔日就变成条日来，我就讲上来，这就是你会去看到你两个朋友在渔夫小姐过往时阵，咱无去这个王军这个无，红白色的无，咱就去啊，咱就去啊2天啊，你去咧，你袂晓2天，我会晓了，我就2，结果咱代志遐就结束。结果结束就第1摆，我就阮兜困觉，奇怪，迄个 N 一年来，但是呢，雾气很重，没有张开面目，我就把2天背开，雾气跑，我就看到渔夫小姐，我就看到，伊甲讲谢谢，恁大家念的迄个，我有感觉对吧？我今仔日领书，我就要飞这个所在，你甲大家为做谢谢，英分多钟，
伊那拢无来甲我讲，
因为你质量太歹，我无甲你骗。你有外卖有太歹。我开玩笑，但你谈到迄个地铁另外是，喂，伊都照安尼讲话，讲个遮虔诚，偌虔诚。对，你那个啊，真真对。我跟你讲，今仔日这个讲点听听，每一个人哦，拢有一个灵那个人讲哦，外国人讲的天使，中国人讲的园林，这个林这个啊，像就罗宾林小姐，你嘛有一个林，我林小姐，你的林叫咩林咯？你回头看你就知啊，你看。进来了！你家有好爸的有超光，有超光啊！我挂年你啊！以前咧，你闯来哈。你哋咁多名话我都系配合无。你冇惊死人，你别惊失败，我惊死。对呀。这个都被拆掉。哦，这个根都被他拆掉。但跟我讲者，我嚟讲，哦，咱人拢用3把火，哎，是军队来玩，金牌杀敌的错，卡到喺呢度，剃头都，你哋講到，喺我暗處，就咁就係暗到。